for all the killings, the abductions, the torture, the holding incommunicado, when you have all these institutions that are not holding the people who are breaking the law accountable, what do we do what does the constitution state? Also, when it comes to corruption, we see all these corruption cases happening. You know, I was in management before, and before we were paid, a staff list will be sent to my office where I appended my signatures on every staff that was within my branch. Now, we see reports of Auditor General reports stating that there are cases of ghost workers being paid 35 billion within a year. Then the question is, because this money goes to a specific account and it is withdrawn, is it that the bodies that are responsible to protect our money, to hold those who are corrupt or who are embezzling money, are brought to book, are not doing their jobs? What do we do as per the constitution? Because the whole system is rotten. Money is being stolen and nobody is being held accountable. People are being killed, people are being arrested, and nobody is being held accountable. When we are playing by the rules, why isn't the government okay? What do you do when you are following the rules, when you are playing by the constitution, yet the opponent isn't? They're breaking the rules because, you know, the government isn't playing by the same rules. They're breaking the law, they are disobeying court orders. What do we do in that state?
So Muli, I'll give you a very short response before I drop out from the space. I think for me, we are just talking about the bad governance that we have in the country. And like they say that the fish rots from the head. So we have a very bad leadership in our country, where right from the executive, they don't obey the law. There is no question of accountability, and that cascades downwards. Like I said earlier, what the executive does is to appoint people they can control who do not see accountability as part of their duty or responsibility. And that's why you end up with no solution at all to those disappearances, to those deaths. Nobody's taking up action. And normally the consequence of a rotten system like we have today is people revolting. People are coming up to say that we are dissatisfied, and I think this is exactly what the Maandamano is actually doing, because we are saying that we need an overhaul of the entire system, but we also now must elect leaders who must be able to say, we are firing so and so because they have failed in their duties. So I think that is the crux of the matter, Muli, that what kind of governance structure do we have? And who are the people in those offices? You cannot preside over a government or a country where people are being killed, disappeared like that, and then you don't account for it. And I think things go normal. That's why people pick up arms against the establishment. In fact, I again want to make reference to the African Charter on Elections and Democracy. I think it must be chapter 8 thereon, that says that, they forbid what they're calling unconstitutional removal of governments. And you can read this in the context of, say, Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali, and Niger, where the military has taken over, because people are hiding behind the idea that we are democratically elected, but they don't fulfill the will of the people. So for me, I've come to the conclusion that if you're a democratically elected country and you are not fulfilling the wishes of the people, we must now remove you, and that cannot be constitutional and unconstitutional. It is constitutional because you are defying the will of the people. So I think the rising of Kenyans, the rising of the Gen Zs to say that we don't support this government, RUTO must go now, is speaking to all those issues that you have raised. Why isn't there no accountability? But why are the people holding these public offices not feeling not even having the shame to say that people have been killed? I mean, do I still need to stay even a minute or a day longer in these offices? Hell no, they shouldn't. But it's a whole system. It's like when your operating system in your computer fails, you have to buy a new computer or you have to change it. So We have an operating political system here that has failed. It cannot work anymore. It's collapsed. So we must go for change. And all you people must actually rise up and be that change. Let's not just talk, lament. Offer ourselves to lead this country, because you have knowledge, you are intellectual, you have the know-how. This is the age of technology. Nobody can lie to us anymore. If it is about national debt, we can check those figures. If it's about the corrupt, we know who they are. So, guys, let's rise up. I am happy that we are rising up, and especially with a lot of anger. I think I'll leave it to that. Afrocentric, I really, really want to beg to be excused.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for joining this space. Hope you can hear me now. I had to exit and rejoin too.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much for gracing this space with your presence and sharing the knowledge share that you've shared with us. I think we are more informed. This civil education, like it's the age of information, and like you said, everything is on the internet, but also you explaining what is on the internet and what you know in terms of constitution has really enlightened us. Thank you, Sana. You're welcome back again. Anytime you see us up,
Yeah, and I know this conversation is not ending now. I'm sure this is a live conversation. It will continue. Definitely, let's continue the conversation, please.
Asante sana daktari. Haya. You are excused. You're excused. I'd like to pass the microphone to six uko hapo 6,000. 6, can you hear us? Not there. Daudi Kabaka.
Mimi nawasikia bwana.
Kiuti unasikia?
Yeah, nakusikia though microphone yangu nikaa iko na feedback kiasi on my
You
side.
want to say something? Haya. Daudi Kabaka.
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
There's a lot of feedback. Can you get to a silent place and then lift up your hand when you're ready to speak?
Thank you for the place.
Guys, please, space etiquette. Please get it to a silent place and then address the nation. Now you're coming here with lot of noise. Elijah, shika mic.
Thank you very much, Afro. Right now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Today, actually, I'm just going to be brief. And first thing before I forget is that if guys, we happen to find ourselves in a millions people in town, let us not leave that town. Let us actually demonstrate. And if you are very lucky enough, again, we find ourselves to parliament again, please, let's come there. Let's not leave. Because that's where we messed. These guys were almost actually going home. And so we need to have a plan. We need to have a new plan, because this plan of going to town, running here and there, and by 5 or 4 we rush home is not going to work. And the reason why RUTO has done what he has done is that he has realized that the policemen that he has deployed in town, they are kind of winning the war against us. But then I think he missed the point. I think you can still come back in full force and force the issues that you want. We want him actually to listen to our issues. He is aware of our issues, but clearly he doesn't care about us. He cares about 2027 now. It's very clear. So guys, we need to change our game. And please, if we say on Tuesday, kindly let us all go to town. On Tuesday I was there. Though it was chaotic, but we were not that many, but it was chaotic. And if the way we are seeing it here online, that guys, let's go to town on Tuesday, please, tukuje zote, and I'm very sure that you're going to do something. These policemen, they can't do anything to us. If we are millions of people, they cannot control us, and we are going to send a message very clearly. It's very clear to us that all along, the people that we thought that they were fighting for us, kumbe they were fighting for their own interest. So I think it's a wake-up call for all of us, and now we see things differently. Let's keep on pushing, and I'm very sure that we are going to win this war. The last point is that, if I give someone else the microphone, is that, guys, we also need to keep on pushing on this CDF issue. So long as CDF is there, any president who will ascend into power will have the monopoly of controlling all the MPs. Because if they don't support the president, they will be investigated by EACC. And we know very well that our MPs, they have been using the CDF money for their own, benefits, not the benefits of the constituencies. So I think those are the issues that we keep on pushing. And once we win this CDF thing, believe you me, things are going to, to go back into place, because the MPs, they will have nothing to defend. They will have no reason to, to align themselves with any regime that comes to power. Yeah, and I believe, guys, let us focus and let us focus. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Elijah, did you read my tweet, which I've been asking people to retweet on the Jumbotron? Umeisoma? Oh, bado.
Which one, please?
The one on the nest, the Jumbotron up here.
July Tuesday. Yes. I've seen
That
it
is
actually.
the strategy that we're talking about. We are not going to CBD. We are talking
Okay.
all roads leading to the CBD. So usiende CBD utakuwa peke yako. At least that's not the plan, guys. We hold these spaces. Everyone says change strategy, and then we ask what's any strategy. People give ideas. Let's occupy all highways, all bypasses. Okay, then we come up with a strategy. So we are saying, please. By the way, we are over 1,500 here, guys. Please, and then we have only how many retweets on this thing? We have like 50 retweets, guys. Online activism, please be active. Don't just listen and then utie manani. Please let every comrade know this is what we're doing. When you retweet it, you're putting it out there on the cyberspace. So retweet it. Let everyone know. If you live around Jogo Road, the road we are choking is Hapo City Stadium, around the industrial area. And then the second point is towards Donholm, Hapo occupying Kariobangi roundabout. If you live around there, please march there. Let's meet there. If you're in Limuru Road, we are choking Ruaka Stage, and we're choking also Oilibia Parklands Avenue. And let's march towards Karura. And this is towards the embassy. This is around the embassy area. The main, if this is to choke embassies. Hizo unajua hizo ma number plate ni za red ama ni za green. This is Limuru Road. This is very serious. This one is the sensitive one. Okay, if you live around there, Parklands Avenue, we are choking Limuru Road. Hurlingham roundabout, choke. No one moves, no one in, no one out. Ruai, Utawala, choke it. No one in, no one out. Wayaki Way, occupy. Sit down on the road, hold your pickets, peacefully demonstrate. Hapo Runda, Kwanza Ring Road, Parklands. James Gishuru Road. Hapo around ABC, Red Hill, roundabout around ABC. And then we are choking Kabete around Polytechnic and Uthiru Market. We are choking there. Mombasa Road to Ole Sereni, hapo Airtel headquarters. If you live around there, hizo ma apartments hapo on Mombasa Road, around Ole Sereni, let us just come over there. Na kuja na firimbi yako, maji yako na camera. And then we are blocking Eastern Bypass around City Cabanas. Blocked, choked. And then directly around Jkia, SGR Terminus, hapo exit 3. Choke, nothing is happening there. Mulolongo at Expressway exit. Choke. Guys, I hope you're retweeting these things. Like, we have people who have dedicated their time to put this out. They have put their sweat so people can understand this is where we're going to meet. So, guys, retweet, be active, be an active member in this movement. Don't just be. But the fact that you're in this space shows you're really active and shows that you want to do something. Otherwise, some people are very indifferent. Very indifferent. Nilienda huko TikTok nikaona watu wana dance, nikashangaa asi hawajui what's going on. Nikaanza kucomment, Ruto must go, Ruto must go. Nilichujwa bio. Anyway, we're blocking Kiserian and Upper Kajiado. Be very active and then occupy Jogo Road. I've already said that one. So yes, so retweet that. This information is already on my timeline. Please retweet it. Let's get this information out there. Screenshot the flyer if you depending on your space and share it. And guys, come Tuesday tunamwagika kama siafu kwenye mabarabara. No movement. We are paralyzing the logistics of this country. We are just no movement of cars, lorries, trucks, nothing in of Nairobi, nothing living out, choking the tributary. Nairobi is like a huge lake, and it's serviced by all these roads coming in. Nothing is coming in. We are just sitting in the roads and we're letting the world know, we're letting this regime know we are tired, and we're passing a message, which is a constitutional right, to stand on those roads and picket and say, hey, Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Sir Vincent, karibu kwenye space.
Thank you so much, Afro. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Guys, you can remember in the morning I left for something like, I don't know, Afro, whether you were asleep, but Ayo was...
I had your friend who had been abducted. What's the news on that?
That is what we are into right now. And actually, if there is somebody who can... that echo. I don't know whose mic is on. And kindly mute your mics so that at least you don't have that backfall of the voice. Now, if there is somebody who thinks is capable of giving some help, because right now we are aware of where he is, and actually hawa watu wamenimalizia wamenizungusha bana. Nilikuwa nawafuata from the track and so on. I don't know what they did to that phone once they reached Kiambu headquarters. DCI headquarters. So it's like, I don't know how they realized the tracking, but I just lost him. But I lost him once he was in Kiambu. So I have been around here, like the guy also found a certain strange phone. I don't know where he got the phone and wrote me a message, considering he's pregnant. By the way, the wife is like, can have labor pains as soon as any time from now. So he was like, Vinny, if I don't show up any soon, please ensure Anne doesn't get the other hand, Anne does the wife. So I'm back to Thika right now, but I'm kind of strategizing to get back to, because I have left in Kiambu around some Tatu na Kitu, and I've reached Thika right now. So ndio nimefika tu kwa nyumba. By the time you guys were calling me name, I never had the mic yet, but that's still sikuwa nimefika kwa nyumba, ndio nimefika. And I've also just realized venye nimeingia, I've received a funny few calls from very few funny numbers. They call me and they don't speak. Like I receive, mi sahi nilisema wacha kenye kitatokea itokee. So I just receive all those calls and aongei. Actually, the last one I just received around 3 minutes ago, nikiwa tu hapo juu, hata nikishapewa mic, nikishakuwa hapa kama speaker. So like I think I need some help. Somebody who is an IT expert. There is something I want us to do. Like I want us to help this guy out. And I think my tracks have been on the hacking and doing some 1, 2, 3. So there is a way I think these guys have realized something. So I'm just trying to push the normal things that are not going through. I'm here right now seated trying to under some new strategy that is trying to develop some few funny codes and characters to do the thing in another way. But I need some help. Actually, the last time I had this person is in Kiambu, at the DCI headquarters. And according to the normal, I think they may take him to Muthaiga anytime from now. So I just want to know exactly where he is, because there is some traces that I can still use. That is why I'm trying to develop some new codes and characters to do this. Otherwise, these guys are not yet, because I'm just hearing rumors that there is somebody who has been also abducted around Mlolongo this morning. I'm not sure about the truth about that, but kuna mtu pia ameshikwa, which is also somebody who is into the IT so much and trying to scrutinize this government through the internet, like through the trying to hack their funny things, like most of these police, the DCIs, the NIS. There's some things they're doing. And then, guys, just to bring to your attention, there is a rumor that is going on, and I think when it has going, because we have received this from a certain professor of comp science who is not in Kenya, but I don't know where he's gotten this information. There is something like somebody is listening. There is a lot of rage because of this reappointment of these things, and they have realized that you using this space. They have realized you're using internet to do lots of things. Expect so many funny happenings in the internet space, starting maybe if not tomorrow, then Monday. Expect a lot of funny things. Like you will at points like have maybe no network in the whole country at some few hours. Like expect some funny things because there is a rumors that is going on. And the last time they did this was long way ago, but expect something like that. Otherwise, I don't know if there is anyone listening here who can be of help. I want us to help the guy out. Like I just don't know what to do up to this moment because
Vincent,
wamenizungusha to a point nimejipata nikiendelea kuwafuata I will have no like nilikuwa nimemaliza for wiki fulani, so I just came back.
Vincent.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Who is talking?
Ayo.
Oh, Ayo, I'm listening.
How can we help?
Maze, I still don't know exactly what to figure out. Like, can we, like, somebody who knows someone a little much powerful who can help us trace, like, something of the sort or so?
Where is Kowino? Chukua mic.
Kowino is not on the space. Anyway,
Kowino ako hapa chini. Namuona.
I think like talking is Vincent. If there is somebody with some such kind of mind, he can just at least DM me. Like this account is new. I haven't received any message inbox, but somebody can just DM me so that we discuss this. I can share the number, WhatsApp number, so that we can talk.
Oh Lord, Vincent, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. What kind of IT profession do you need? Someone who is what tool are you looking? Who needs to know? IT is a very broad field.
I want a hacker. I want us to bring something. Sorry.
Okay, guys.
I don't want to share the much of that here because we have several people listening here. So I don't want to share much of that here. That is why I'm talking of somebody can DM me.
Guys, okay, no problem. Okay, guys, please DM Vincent on the space if you are skilled, if you cyber security, if you're good in breaching systems. This is for a good cause. Otherwise, mic to Anthony Muridi. Mic is yours. Karibu.
Hi, morning. Afrocentric. I'm happy to be here today. Am I audible?
Very.
Now, I'll start by saying myself, I'm a millennial, and what we are doing did not start with us. I think that's a message that people need and government needs to understand. That the first people to agitate for better governance were our forefathers, the Mau Mau, because they did not like.
Ayo, namsikia?
Usimsikia amepotea.
Mau. That's the last thing I had.
Afro, can I say something before nitoke kidogo?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Nile doc alikuwa na maraka, so nimemuuliza tu small question, but my point is this: the problem that we have in this country won't just stop with the president. It is the whole system. We have to clean up the entire system. There is rot everywhere, from the parastatus, from county governments, from everything. And we need to start also as ourselves as citizens. We start taking control. See, I've started something, and I'm seeing it going somewhere. I've engaged several people, and we want to start holding people at our own level accountable. See, I come from Nakuru County, and what I did was nilienda nikatafuta the Auditors General report for the year 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024 as up to April. And I took the budget for the year 2022-2023 for the county, and 2023-2024. And after going through that report, you can see there are a lot of unexplained information. Like in the year 2023, 2022-2023, you can see the county government of Nakuru having spent a lot of money that in the previous years they didn't spend in the year 2021-2022. And unless we take it to ourselves to question these people, because they have unlimited resources, our money, they will continue spending it anyhowly. You can see how much money these people are spending the way they want. You can see one county spending 1 million shillings on a chair, I don't know, 100,000 on a wheelbarrow, all this money being spent left, right, and center. They're using these loopholes to steal our money. And unless and until we get this information, we get to go through the report and we start questioning them, they will continue enriching themselves at our expense. And at the end of the day, we are going to be told that the county, the national government does not have money to do A, B, C, and D. Interestingly, the leaders that we have, they do not take their kids to public schools, but they want us to take our kids to public schools. Interestingly, when they get sick, they don't go to public hospitals, but they expect us to go to these public hospitals. The money that they're supposed to improve our education system, our healthcare system, so that everybody can enjoy these services, they're using that money to enrich themselves. For them, they're okay because wakigonjeka, they can go abroad. Their kids, they go to international schools. We are left here with schools that do not have enough books. We have hospitals that do not have enough medication. And until and unless every one of us take that responsibility ya kusema aje, this is my money, this is my tax that pays these people, let me start holding them accountable. Go through that report, the Auditor General's report, go through the budget. This information is out there. Go through it. I was talking to some people, assume 1,000 people or 1,000 or 2,000 people march to the county government armed with the budget and the Auditor General's report, and you hold the county governor accountable. The governor, you had budgeted to spend this on this hospital, to build this hospital, to build this road. Where is the road yenye umetengeneza? What have you done with that, with our money? If amefanya Kenya alisema, well and good, but if hajifanya, we have to start holding them accountable. Hii pesa yetu ilienda wapi? If we have to go to court to get court orders to one venue pesa ilikuwa transacted, money, there's money trail. We can get court orders. We go and access these bank accounts of where money ilitoka from account A ikaenda to account B, how this money was distributed. If these people are stealing our money, we have to make it public. We have to take them to court and they have to reimburse our money. But that responsibility needs to start with us. Si kupiga tu kelele, we lament and we are not taking action. We have to start taking action. You have to spike our to pressure. By the way, they will continue doing the same thing. In some years back, was it Jem Karaoke alisema we are being governed? Just a minute.
Sikio kengele jua time imeisha. Land, please.
Yeah. Some guy some time back alisema that we have a country of 10 million beggars and 10 millionaires. Right now, the same people who are millionaires, right now they are billionaires. What about the rest of us? We are beggars. So it is up to us to start changing our country, and we have to get this information. Kindly get this information, and we start taking responsibility. We start holding these people accountable. Thank you very much.
Afrocentric. I go on. Now, what I was saying when I started, I wanted to tell guys here. So when someone comes on TV and calls us brats, you need to tell that person, then Tom Mboya was a brat also. Because when Tom Mboya agitated for change of governance and better governance, he was our age. He was the Gen Z of that time. Now, let me bring the point home. What we are asking for is what the founding fathers of this nation went to war for. The only difference between them and us is that they went into the forest, and the forest we know, and the forest that is available to us is the streets of Nairobi. And I'll tell everyone, for now, let's not even concentrate on counties. When the capital falls, the entire nation follows. We need to be very strategic. And I love what you've posted today, because I had suggested this in another platform. Singapore, I think it was Thailand. Thailand did this when they realized they could not remove Thakna Shinawatra through the constitution or through any other means. They simply went, sat on the road that goes to the airport and out of the airport. In that simple act, one, the police could not tear gas people sitting down because these people are peaceful and what they are doing is enshrined in the constitution. And I know someone will come and say your rights end where the other person's rights begin. But let us do that. Why? Because when foreigners come and see Kenyans sitting on the road, they will ask, why are you sitting on the road? This government is very heavy on international image. They love that good picture out there. So what we should coordinate today and going forward is let us put all our effort on the capital. Because this is where all legislation in this country, that is the nucleus. And that is where the entire globe will focus. Once my fellow Gen Zs and my fellow Kenyans, once the globe focuses on Kenya, the president will have no option but to yield. And let me almost on my second last point say, what the president did yesterday was to show people and show Kenyans that I heard you, but I'm the boss. Okay? If he had goodwill, he would have said, I've heard you and I have listened. And you can't tell me that those positions can only be occupied by those people. Okay? So we need to tell him, we want not only you to hear, but we want to act. We are not asking for much. We are asking for good governance. So I'll add to what you've posted about sitting on Mombasa Road. This, the old cabinet secretaries, and Daktari is here, he will tell us, I think they will not be vetted again. If we can get a way of making Parliament inaccessible, if they have to drive over us, let them do it. But we need to communicate to this government in the language they understand best. And that language is picketing, not because it's the language we wish for, but it's because they have shown us it's the only language they understand. And this time, let us do it in a way that we do not lose any life, because one life lost is a life too many. Let us organize in a way that when they attack us, we shall be the vulnerable ones. Let the world see that they are attacking vulnerable people. People who are not standing, people who are not running. Because let me tell you something, guys. When you stop running, no one will chase you. Even a dog cannot chase you when you are seated down. Okay? That is what we need to do with them. They are playing the strategic game. Let us play the equal game they want us to play, a strategic game. I would suggest we concentrate for now. We concentrate on the capital. And there's, I heard you mention several roads. Make sure you have coordinators who report to a focal point in case of anything. Because without coordination, we will be scattered. I think that is what was our undoing last time. We didn't have a very good coordination of each place. We were not very well coordinated. So I'm happy we are doing this, and let the world know and Kenyans know, because Kenyans now have gone back to the reject bill moment. We have captured that mood again, where Kenyans are saying enough is enough. We know what we want, and we expect you to deliver what we want, not what you, the establishment, want. That cabinet does not serve the KK administration. That cabinet serves Kenyans. And when Kenyans say we do not want that cabinet, the same way they said we do not want that finance bill,
Wind up.
you need to take us serious. And I've winded up. And thank you very much, Afrocentric, for this space.
Thank you. Afro?
Afrocentric, may I please, again, sorry.
Hey, welcome. You can yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, one of your listeners has really bombarded me with one question around the question of the cabinet, and so I thought, let me just come in for a minute to respond to that. Now, listen, it does not matter whether RUTO reappoints the former cabinet ministers or not. There are a number of issues that he must respond to. Number one, they have to be vetted afresh by Parliament. The question now we must put on the table is, what kind of vetting will Parliament do to Davis Kirchir, Soipan Tuya, Duale, Kindiki Kiture, who the president had already declared a lack of confidence in them to dissolve them. And see, one of the things that the President William Ruto has not done, and you need to read this alongside Article 47 on administrative action. You must give reasons why you are taking certain administrative action. So William Ruto, in firing the cabinet, the entire cabinet, dissolving it, he never actually gave reasons why. But we all know it's probably because these people are supposed to have not failed him, failed Kenyans. So when you bring some people back, what is wrong with bringing back Ndungu as treasury? What's wrong with bringing back Machoge and the other guys who were there before? So what is so special about these specific individuals that he is bringing? And of course, now we must also ask the question, how will Parliament behave itself towards vetting of this so-called first batch of cabinet secretaries? You know, and I repeat what I said earlier. The Constitution and the report of the Committee of Experts was very clear that cabinet secretaries should not be politicians. If you look at all the people that William Ruto is reappointing, they're all politically connected. And there is no way those people will not play the loyalty card towards him, meaning we haven't really moved an inch. We haven't changed. Nothing has actually changed. And I don't know whether I'm answering. There's Andrew who had asked me to actually explain that. So Parliament will still have to vet them afresh. But then I wonder what kind of questions will they ask the guys who are there and who are fired? I'm just hoping that a miracle will happen, that our Parliament will reject some of these nominees, especially those who were there before, and say to them, you are fired. What fresh thing are you bringing on the table? I'm really hoping. Thank you, Afrocentric.
Thank you so much for that. Danny, karibu.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, there is a problem with Ruto reappointing the cabinet secretary. Me, I have a problem. Because hiyo ni kutupima, clearly anatupima. Mbona aliwa drop? Tulipiga kelele akawa drop. Then anawa reappoint. What is he showing us? He's showing us that he can do anything he wants. And there's nothing we can do about it. But we are here to remind him that, of course, there's something we can do. Basically, I want to state that ever since this protest started, personally, I thought that we were getting somewhere, but I've come to realize that actually we are being played. We are being played, and Ruto keeps on lying and lying and lying and lying every day. Every day anakuja kwa TV ni uongo. Every day anakuja kwa TV ni uongo. Akakuja akatuambia the office of the first lady anai dissolve. Ndio hiyo saizi pesa inaitishwa za the office. As in, what really we are being taken for a ride. We are being taken for granted. Appropriation bill imekuwa signed, finance bill saini law. Same in incompetent cabinet secretaries, ama wenye tulisema watolewe wamerudishwa. The unconstitutional office of the prime cabinet secretary still in exist. As in, me, I feel like we should push and push harder. Something else I wanted to highlight, because I don't want to speak much, I will be repeating what most of us have said, is that let's stay on the course, let's be on the same page. Like, if we say that Tuesday we are occupying all major highways, then we should be on the same page. Not that wengine wanasema sijui Tuesday tuende Uhuru Park, Tuesday we should occupy State House, sijui we visit the county governments, sijui we do this and this. No, we are losing focus. If Tuesday we are occupying major highways, we retweet that. Afrocentric ameka the posters and the banners kwa comment section. Let's repost that. we stay on the same page. We do one thing at a time. We cannot be occupying major roads. Wengine wanataka to occupy Uhuru Park. Wengine wanataka to visit county governments. That is what the government wants, us to be divided, because tukikuwa divided wana find an easier way ya kukab ya kutu arrest na kutu silence. But if we stay on the same page, then all of us, we will be together. So something else I had, was it Daktari saying about the law? Kenya, the law is made for just a few people. The law is not made for all of us. Court orders, hata government follow court orders. Court orders inapeanwa ati live ammunition isikuwe used, it is not being followed. Court orders inapeanwa inasema isifanyike, it is not being followed. So in short, Kenya, law is for the few. And that is why we are going to the streets. Because tunafuata hiyo law as it is supposed to be, but tunanyanyaswa still. It is made for the few, it is not for the politician. Our cabinet secretary when RUTO amereappoint, let me tell you, the parliament doesn't have shame. Haina shame. Hata unasema hiyo kuwa vet, that is just for formalities. They are going, wanaenda kupitizwa. Parliament ilikuwa captured kitambo. Are we not aware that parliament is captured? Are we not aware that the executive is captured? Are we not aware that the legislators are captured? So in short, it is us against the government. This government has no shame. Parliamentarians have no shame. Watu washakuwa appointed. These are just for formalities. So
Hello.
So as much as tunasema sijui ati tuone venye watakuwa vetted, these people don't have shame. Wataka hapo na watawavet na watawapitiza, because
Wind up.
clearly the parliament is working for the government. So for me, I'll wind up by saying, going forward, let's stay on the course. Let's stay focused. Tuesday we occupy major highways, as Afro has put the banners and the posters. Let's keep pushing for that. After that, we'll get another agenda to push on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Dr. Job, because he kept on unmuting his mic. Dr. Job, can you hear us? Dr. Job, your mic is on. Can you hear us?
Dr. Job, can you hear Ayu? Dr. Job. Next.
Okay. Let's go to Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, are you there? Bill Clinton. Watu nikawa wasikia hiyo kwa hii space. Akili.
Bill Clinton.
Yes. I'm here.
Akili ananisikia. Akili, talk to us.
Nakusikia. Thanks for the mic. I'm Akili. First, before I speak, I want to elaborate something small about Akili. Why Akili Kichwani? I started this Akili Kichwani during ballot 2022. I did some analysis. We all remember that it was so difficult to determine who was to win. There was a lot of propagandas, whether it was Raila or Ruto to win. That's why I came up with Akili Kichwani. I'm the founder of Akili Kichwani, whereby I was doing civic education to the common mwananchi. Ajifunze kutumia akili. Okay, in everything as you are doing, use your head, tumia akili, because it has come to our attention that even currently, even in the situation we are right now, unashindwa kama watu wanatumia akili ama wanatumia nini kufanya mambo. So for me, I'm very much disappointed. I'm a believer in accountability, competence, and I'm very much disappointed in whatever is happening on the ground right now. But ningetaka kuambia Gen Z, that please, as we go on with this fight for accountability and everything, pia tukue na akili kichwani. For instance, right now you have seen that when I did analysis of ballot 2022, at some point I said, it's not a wonder, very soon you will see Agwambo and Ruto working together. And so many people could not support that point. I told them it's just a matter of time, and you will see Agwambo and Ruto working together. That's said and done, is that my analysis has come to pass. So I want to say this. As much as people are going on the ground, You also have to realize that Agwambo and Ruto are together right now. We don't know the remaining list of cabinets who are coming. Maybe the bigger part will be from Azimio. We don't know. We are waiting. So as you go on the ground, be aware that there'll be, Ruto has strategized. Now, maybe at first he dissolved the cabinet out of panic. But now for me, I have a feeling that he has restated back his team because now he feels that amewasoma, amejua mbinu zenu, and he's counterattacking with confidence, and he knows what is prepared. How are you prepared yourselves? Are you prepared that there will be other goons from Azimio who will come and will more lives will be lost? Mine is just to urge you to kukwena ile yani akili kichwani in everything, in every strategy akili kichwani, every strategy akili kichwani in anything. Right now I've seen that on the platform, online platform, I have reposted on my timeline. I think there's someone in Baringo who has been arrested and the account deactivated. Is that another strategy that will be played? Akili kichwani. Another thing, maybe I don't know that Daktari has left. The issue of the Attorney General, for me, it doesn't augur well with me. There are rumors the CS has not been active in law in the last 25 years. Maybe Daktari can highlight on that. Another thing that has come out clearly for me is that the arrogance we have been seeing before, Kina Karenyamo, the leaders doing, I think now we have seen very clearly it is a reflection of their leader. Because whatever the Zakayo has done to us, it's pure arrogance. That what are you gonna do? And I think whatever his followers are, the Karenyamo, the leaders he appoints, I think they're his students. They follow exactly what he does. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akili Kichwani. I have to go down there. West King, how are you? Is your mic hot, West King? West King? All right. Cigarette?
Thank you. Thank you, Afrocentric. Hi, everyone. So watu wameongeongea, I don't want to repeat myself, but I just wanted to add on. I wanted us to understand something. First of all, we need to plan knowing who RUTO is. So first of all, we need to know, like, what is RUTO thinking now? So this is what RUTO is thinking. RUTO is thinking that first, ameshaji establish na Rao unajua is the king of the streets. So Rao amekuja amemlegitimize, so he believes that now he is solid. He is going to scare us more. He's going to kill more of us, and then at the long run tutachoka na tutaachana na hiyo na kupress on. So that is something that we need to really do understand. And what is the first enemy kwa hii movement yetu? The first enemy is tribal division. Jana, I could tell even people who are with us, watu sasa wamesharudi, they are now talking about, watu wa Murima wamepata sijui nini ngapi, watu wa nani Duale was already collecting his people and giving us Simba is back. So what do we need to do? First of all, the first enemy is tribal politics. So the first thing that we need to do is disruptive messaging and agenda setting against any tribal identity. Like unaona, the way people set agenda, by the way, like they said, they communicate, like we should disrupt the messaging. Like tunafaa kusema, like wewe kama unaji-identify kama mjaluo we ni mshenzi, like things like that should start flying, so that we tell them that, you know what, we know that you are bringing back the tribal politics back, but we are not going to be part of it. Like we do not want to be identified by, okay, sasa hawa ni watu wa Murima, watu wa Jaluo, watu wa sijui nini. So that is the first thing that we should do. Second thing is that Raila factor is here, and we have to face it. Raila has been on the streets for longer time than we've existed on earth, and he's going to use tactics to do what? To suppress what we are doing. So we need to deal with this man Raila Odinga, because his influence and his impact on that government is going to have worse effects on us and on our movement. We need to isolate Raila Odinga first of all and deal with him. We need to expose Raila Odinga. We need to abuse Raila Odinga. We should tell Raila Odinga that, you know what, we have seen what you want to do, and we are not going to allow it. The reason why we need to first isolate Raila Odinga is because if we do not do that, his impact on our movement is going to be massive. This is a man who has goons. This is a man who has been on streets for years, and we've been with him on streets. Ni saizi ametugeuka. Unaona? Mimi nimeenda kwa maandamano za Raila when I was in Kenya, but ametugeukia. So what do we need to do? We need to first of all isolate him. Na to deal na yeye, expose Raila. I know he is a person mwenye kila mtu akikuja akamwambia, you know what, we are not going to allow this, he's going to back off. So we need to isolate Raila Odinga and tell him that we will not allow him to come and suppress the people, and yet he has been the one who is coming up as a people's person. That is something we need to do. Second, another thing that I talked about yesterday is that we need to have a Kenyan own kitty. Unaona, hii movement yetu inafaa kukuwa lucrative enough that people want to be part of it. So for example, hata saizi nimesikia uchungu sana kama mtu anakuja anasema, nimekwamilia hapa, I need mtu wa IT. Huyo jamaa hata mimi nilikuwa nauliza, can we send him hata hiyo pesa ya fuel? Like we need to make this movement lucrative, yenye mtu kama anataka kusaidia, yani people can just wanaweza kuwa proactive, waseme okay, I'll handle this. And how do we make it lucrative? We need to have a kitty yenye tunachanga. Tuchange ikue Kenyan own na tusambaze, tuseme this is the account, because this is going to be a long run. Hii ni story yenye Raila Odinga ameingilia and all the political class wamegang against us, and now we have to prepare for a long marathon. This is sprint. This is going to be a hard marathon. So we need to have a kitty, pesa ikue tu, so that kama mtu ameshikwa, because abductions are going to continue, killings are going to continue, they are going to arrest more people. So we don't want to be in a situation whereby people are afraid of going, because what if I'm arrested? Ukwange ukijua wewe enda tu, ukikuwa arrested kuna pesa mahali itatoka utolewe. So we need that kitty. Another thing, we need to paralyze the economy. So anybody who is a friend of RUTO is an enemy of us. Kila mtu mwenye ni, whether it is a corporation, whether it is a media house, so long as you will be associated with this man RUTO, you are our enemy. We don't have any business with you. So tunafaa pia kuweka which are these corporations that are dealing with RUTO directly. Which businesses are for RUTO allies? To paralyze mpaka hizo. When we are visiting places, we visit even those ones. Because we cannot afford to have a person, yes, he's cashing from our pain. Sisi tunaumia, and then he's cashing from our pain and he's killing our people without accountability. A man who opposed our constitution. Sasa saizi ameweka hiyo constitution kando. He's abducting children. Hata Uhuru alikuwa mbaya, but haikukuwa hii level. We need to send message to RUTO very clearly, very very clearly. Na kama huyo Raila, by the way, saizi I know I have friends who are very close to people like Orengo and people who are close with Raila. Kuna wenye wamekataa, wamemwambia bana, we cannot be part of this shit. So hata yeye tu yani watu wenye wako karibu misalign that man, like just make him irrelevant. So those are my submissions. Let me just finish by saying that this war also can be fought through cyberspace. Mimi niko kwa area ya AI, but I'm not directly into the cyber security, but I know if they wakitufinyilia sana, we can hack their system. Ikue sasa, because those people who are employed kina nani, those people Hao watu si wasomi. Hii gava haina nini, haina technocrats. If we are going to play this thing through the books, we can still find a way that we can paralyze them. Kwa hiyo system now.
Thank you.
So those are my submissions. I hope that we can start working, especially on the kitty, tuanze kuchanga pesa. This is our project and it is going to be a long marathon. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Mzalendo. Mzalendo. Teddy.
I can hear you. Am I audible?
Bwana. Unauliza am I audible nikisha move on? Bwana. Nikiwaita once nafaa kwa
Okay, thank you. The hashtag is
Aya,
RUTO must
Mzalendo,
go.
go ahead.
The hashtag is RUTO must go, and it doesn't matter how he goes. My submission is this. Let us target areas that are very sensitive to this nation. An area like Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, we should go there. Watu wa Kitengela tukitoka huku tupatane na watu wa Nairobi, tukae hapo kwa runway, Ruto kuja tuulie hapo. International community waone Ruto is killing innocent people just sitting on the runway. Yani what we must ensure, hakuna ndege inapaa na hakuna ndege inatua. Na pia watu wa Mombasa wahakikishe hakuna ndege inakuwa diverted inaenda kuland Mombasa. Na watu wa Kisumu wahakikishe hakuna ndege inakuwa diverted inaenda kuland Kisumu. Tuesday tunaenda huko American Embassy. Huyo mzungu mjinga huyo mama akule tiagas pia. Akona ufala akule tiagas. Huyo mama akona ujinga. Ni yeye ametuleta kwa hii shida. Ni wao wali install Ruto kama president. In fact, we are saying Ruto is not our president. Number 3. Naomba sana, let us start tagging international human rights committees. For example, when people are forced to disappear, there is an international committee, there is an international human rights body inaitwa Committee on Enforced Disappearance. So wakati mtu amechukuliwa na huyu Baba Shalin, tuna post picha huyo mtu na tuna tag this committee on forced disappearance. Watu wenye wanachukuliwa wakinarrate what they are going through ni machungu sana. There is also an international human rights committee inaitwa Committee Against Torture, CAT. Let us tag them ya kwamba mtu fulani amechukuliwa na ameteswa, amefanyiwa ABCD. Na mwisho, United Human Rights Committee. Let us not tag the Hague. Mwenye ako Hague pale ni beshte ya Ruto, mwenye walingangana na yeye wakaua watu kama akina Kinei kumaliza evidence. Ndio prosecutor ICC. Na tusisahau kuna treaty Ruto alisign immediately he entered into power. 2 years before, yani 16 weeks baada ya Ruto kuingia kwa power, Ruto alisign treaty inaitwa the Malabo Treaty. This Malabo Treaty makes Ruto immune to be arrested by the Hague when he is in power. What is he telling us? If Uhuru Kenyatta was a product of Hague and Uhuru Kenyatta took 10 years without signing this treaty, why is this bagger signing this treaty? Meaning, alikuwa na sign akijua atatutesa, atuue, na hata shikwa na Hague. The only now way we can ensure this man goes is by tagging these other international committees. Hao wenye wanamsifungi kama mtu mzuri. Sio president wetu, yeye ni Baba Shalin na yeye ni bwana wa Recho. Thank you.
Asante sana. Teddy.
Yes, first of all, I want to say a big thank you for the host. This is the second time I'm joining the call na mmenikubalisha kuongea. So I wanted to talk while my senior in the profession, Dr. Okot, was speaking, but I've seen like he's dropped from the call, and he was talking about the Gazette notice that the president issued. And I wish to respectfully differ with his position, because when you look at that Gazette notice, I don't know if kama naweza ongea Kiswahili ama English, but let me just talk in English first. The president gave clear grounds on why he was dismissing, because dismiss is a very big legal term, especially in terms of employment, and why he was dismissing his cabinet. Na alisema one, lack of capacity; two, lack of good governance; three, lack of public confidence, very key; four, lack of efficiency, accountability, transparency, and effectiveness in running the government. And he outlined all those reasons before finally going and dismissing the entire of his cabinet. And that's a decision. So then the president cannot, in law, with the same hand, purge the very same people who he accused of not being capable or having the capacity of running the offices that they had. The only way that he has the ability in law to reappoint those people is if the people he mentioned in the dismissal go to court and file for a judicial review of that decision. So a reappointment of these people whom he dismissed by his own hand means that he's actually reappointing people whom he already has deemed as not being fit for office, which process is not allowable in law. So the only way that that can be vacated is if those people go to court and challenge the decision of the president in a court of law. The second thing is, when he dismissed these people, a majority of the CSs then went to Twitter and actually acknowledged and received the dismissal by the president. And that has evidentiary value. So that when you say the president has dismissed you and then you say, thank you, Mr. President, for the chance, it was a great honor, and all these things that they were saying, it means they acknowledge the president rightfully took them out of office. And in law, kuna doctrine inaitwa doctrine of estoppel, which forbids them from recanting that evidence. So they agree with the president, especially the CSAs who sent out tweets after the president dismissed them. They agree with the president that they're actually incompetent in serving in those capacities. And that has evidentiary value. So then the president cannot then purge a thing that even the nominees themselves agree that they're not competent to hold those offices. And that's where there's a legal conundrum here, where the president is on one hand saying one thing, and then with the very same hand sort of cleanses them in a manner that is not known in law. And that's a very big issue. So even as we are messaging out there, we have to go out and say, with a degree of clarity, and we have to be very fervent about this, that these people who have been reappointed, even if it's in different dockets and different positions, and especially the ones who accepted the dismissal by the president, they cannot in law be deemed to be having the standing to assume those offices. The third thing I want to say is this. I've had, and you can know what the president is thinking through his bloggers. They're trying to push the narrative that anyone who's being reappointed is not going to go through the parliamentary process. A dismissal means that whatever term of office they served is already ended. So that this new term that wameanza sahi, the one that has started yesterday, is totally fresh. So every CS who's been nominated to their docket, even if it's going back to the same position that they had vacated, they have to go through a parliamentary process, especially because public confidence was a major ground of the president dismissing these very people. So that the Professor Kithure Kindiki has to come and tell us what the public confidence he wields, yet 53 people have died under his tenure for exercising a legal right. They said that the people who died are going to be accounted for in court. Has IPOA begun that process? When he was in office, did he do anything to ensure that IPOA actually conducted oversight over the National Police Service? And thirdly, if the president actually cited incompetence, lack of transparency, and all these things as a ground for their removal, really, can he really assume that office, same as Dwale? and all these other people who have been reinstated in those offices. So even in our messaging and in our signaling, we have to be very clear that the president has done something that is contrary to the constitution. The implications of the dismissal in the manner that was done by the president is akin to an impeachment motion. Right now, as we speak today, Mike Mbovi Sonko Mheshimiwa cannot occupy any state office. Why? Because he was impeached by the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, and therefore in our constitutional arrangement, such a verdict on a person casts aspersions as to their ability to work within the public interest in future. So Mike Mbovi Sonko cannot even be a cabinet secretary, cannot even be an MCA, cannot even be a chairperson of any parastatal or anything that is being funded by taxpayers' money. It is the same parity of reasoning that should be accorded to a presidential dismissal. So that's one thing that needs to be very clear. And the reason why I'm going very systematically to respectfully challenge my senior's position is that he said that he did not give cogent reasons, or he did not give administrative reasons why he dismissed the cabinet secretaries. If you look at that Gazette notice, and I implore all of you to go and look at it, he had an entire narrative before he came to making up his conclusion in dismissing the cabinet secretaries. So that's something I wanted to become very clear. And in even our signaling, especially the people who have been reinstated, we have to say that the president has contravened the law in doing so. And I hope the rightful agencies, and I'm trying to see if I can push in a petition to challenge the motion done by the president, because that is not and so that you know that it has very it has huge implications. If you look at the tweets, the people who accepted the dismissal in their tweets, someone like Professor Kithure Kindiki did not accept, because he understood the implications of accepting such a dismissal, an arbitrary dismissal. If you look at former Attorney General, he's actually, Justin Muturi, he's actually in court challenging the dismissal that was done by the president. So that awareness, I think, has to be there. And the president, in reappointing them, in the very least, I'm not saying it's legal, but in the very least has to give us grounds and say Dualek has to be reinstated because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because he's the one who dismissed him. If you say, and there's a doctrine of collective responsibility, if you vacate the entire cabinet and you say it's not working properly, then it means cabinet as it existed then, if you then reintroduce the same people, then you're actually playing games with us. You cannot use the law to play such games. So yeah, that's one thing that I wanted to go out there and have that at the back of your mind as you're going through this entire process. And that's why for me it was shocking to see the president do what he actually did in reinstating some of these people. And the vigilance has to be in the tweets that these people made. And I am glad that media stations ran with the comments that all these CSs made when they were dismissed the first time. Hopefully they won't withdraw those videos or from YouTube or wherever it is that they have been uploaded. So if you can have a repository, si lazima hata tukuwe na cloud, so long as unajua uko nayo, so that itembe tu kwa internet, that's going to be good enough, so that in the event that they start deleting some of these things, because they have legal and evidentiary value. So ni hayo tu kwa sasa, na shukran sana for the chance. Nashukuru sana.
Hey, are you there?
Ayo na pineapple. Melala.
Allah. Ayo. Okay. Steven, karibu kwenye mic.
Bro.
Umerudishiwa mic kitambo. What's happening?
Thank you. I was listening.
Thank you
I was
very
away
much.
from the phone.
Afro.
Just a moment. Unanisikia Afro?
Yes, nakusikia.
Sorry, I was away from my phone. Nilikuwa na kwa earpiece hapa kando. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Go ahead, Steven.
Okay. Good morning, Afro. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and to make my 2-cent contribution. I am glad from the contributions of Dr. Kuro Okot, somebody I also respect so much. I was really behind his back when he was fronting for Punguza Mizigo. In fact, one of the questions I would want to put, so that probably whatever time you'll be back or whatever any other time he may come to this space, is I would have wanted him to comment and say, if he was given the opportunity to be the president, and things are turning up very fast, so it can be even 2 weeks, it can be even after 1 week, and then he has the opportunity to be the president, what would he do? Because, ladies and gentlemen, the task is not small. It's a very mounting task to be the president of this country, because we have a very enlightened population at the moment. And that's why I'm calling for everyone to put in their advices. I am saddened because of the turn of the events that the president has seen it fit to recycle some of the cabinets, and that was not what at the point of demonstration, masses wanted a fresh start, and they has failed to take up that olive branch. He has his own reasons, probably. I also want to acknowledge what the learned lawyer said some few minutes, that the cabinet, most of them, almost consented to the fact that they were incompetent, and they tweeted to that effect. The AG Muturi did a tweet, but actually it had a rider that he will follow the law, and that's why probably that's why there is some that court case that is on challenging his removal. Ladies and gentlemen, the task that we are facing of resistance is enormous, because we have very many enemies. And when we started, the enemy was the finance bill. As at now, it has mutated, because we have CS, we have politicians, we have church, we have business community who are seeing us as an enemy, but there is also a cross-section of other people who are backing up the protests. Speaking from the ground vibes, the violence, Kenyans love peace. Kenyans love peace. So anytime we touch on where lives are being lost, business are being spoiled, or they are being destroyed, we are going to lose our gains. And love me, hate me, that's my feeling. When it goes right, I will still come and apologize. I never saw it. But for me, I'm seeing a situation where we tamper with livelihoods, because there are so many people living on less than 50 shillings a day. The reason why we are feeling the pain is that so many people are suffering. So many people now have, the number of people who are suffering has quadrupled. That you used to have 10 shillings, you don't have. So if we try to cut lifelines, we might face a great challenge in our quest. But I'm not saying that we should not go on with our quest. It is right that this country is ripe for revolution. So I would request that we look at the strategies that we are going to employ that will not tamper so much with the livelihoods, but will give us results. Let's emulate Martin Luther King in his movement. I want to cross by saying, let's emulate Martin Luther King in his movement, which was peaceful, and we compare it with Malcolm X, because he was at the revolution at the same time. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I will continue listening, and I'm together with you. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You quoted both Martin Luther King and
Sure.
Malcolm X. Hey, okay. Those are two heavy characters.
And
But
Gen Z is
anyway,
also heavy.
thank
Don't
you.
worry, the Gen Z is heavy because it's been recognized so much for what we've done. We have gained a lot, but let's not destroy what we have what we have gained. But we can build on that by having small gains. Small gains. You know, have some objectives that we must cross over. Like now, we should be pushing for IBC. We know, and let's have even the young people, those who think, Teddy, you are a lawyer, and you think you can be impartial and independent and you know, dependable, go for that position of IBC commissioner.
Thank you so much. I want to go to Dr. Charlie.
Yes,
Dr. Charlie, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you? Wow, it's a lot to hold. We are learning each and every day. And it's an amazing thing. Number one, RUTO must go. That is my opening remark. Number two, this movement as it is, anybody who thought that it has no leadership, they are wrong, because our leadership is the Constitution of Kenya. Our leadership is the call for accountability for this nation. Personally, I've more often found myself looking at the long-term conversation, and in the long run, this country need to have a reduced number of politicians. This country needs to have a state officer's salary reduced, and that is why over and over again I've been talking about a referendum. I don't know how it will happen, but it has to come to this. We have to get to a point where we will have a referendum. After we're done with Ruto said he must go. We have to come to a point where we'll have a referendum that looks on certain matters. Number one, the salary of state officers. It has to be lowered. The money that motivates them to be in those positions, it is the same thing that motivates them to steal from us. So an MP's or state officer's salary should not get to $1 million. That is waste of resources. Number two, corruption should be punishable by this country. We have no room for corruption, or rather we should not allow room for corruption. Anybody suspected of corruption, it doesn't matter kama ni chief ama ni nani, hata wewe mwenyewe, kubali, kaa ndani hadi ile siku hiyo kesi itaisha, so that we can at least increase the percentage of people who are being held accountable and wanafungwa juu ya corruption. We have to create a chance.
Is he still speaking?
No, I can't hear him.
Dr. Charlie?
Afro, can I speak? Ni Gen Z, can I speak?
Just a moment. Calm down. Calm down.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes. Go ahead.
I don't know where we lost each other, but I'll just continue from where I left. I was saying we need a referendum that will allow us to recall a president with a threshold that favors the citizen. The constitution as it is right now, it far much favors the government than the citizens. That is why we go to court, we get a ruling, but nothing is done because the government cannot. As a matter of fact, the government cannot do much. It is just a law. It is just words that are being said by judges so they can assume and go forth. We have to make that impossible. We should do away with some of these positions. Why do you have so many nominated people? What do we gain from them? We're just paying them millions of money, including MCAs. We have a nominated MCAs. What for? These people, the counties were envisioned to be very beautiful things, but unfortunately for our country, that is the paradise of looting. Things like CDF. Why the hell do we think that MPs need money to develop constituencies? Yet we what is the role of the legislature? We contradict ourselves all the time. We need to channel this. If they say it is to offer bursaries to the people, then that amount of money allocated for this CDF, let it be channeled directly to the schools in that constituency. I think there's no other school that is in heaven that that gains or benefits from that money. If there are schools in this country, whether a person comes from I don't know where, Kiharo or anywhere, if every school in that constituency is funded by that money that is named CDF, where our MPs are stealing and earning money to buy helicopters in 2 years, that is crazy. Damn. I can't say anymore. I hope you've heard me, guys. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charlie. I'll go to Osh, then probably to Gen Z. Osh, are you there? Okay. Gen Z.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible, Afrozentic?
Tunakusikia, endelea.
Okay, for me, I will be very brief. Yesterday, I spoke in one of the spaces in Nikasema. What we should do now is to occupy schools, right from the primary, secondary, kila mahali. Lakini watu hawakuona kama hiyo ina make sense. We should occupy schools so that we make this country equal on a standstill. Number two, I just want to echo one of the speakers mwenye amesema we should now invoke Article 1 to initiate a people-driven referendum to collect signatures and zina favor wananchi ndio tukue na vote of no confidence kwa hii government. Number 3, namalizia nikisema I think William Ruto kama hata resign, we should now opt to mobilization ya popular vote to sensitize watu wenye hawana ID washike ID, young people, majenzi wenye hawana ID waregister kama voters so that 2027 tutakuwa na opportunity ya kumtoa vizuri. Thank you.
Asante sana. Let's get to Koino. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you wanna give your submission, maybe?
Okay, I want to talk about something. The first thing, people have been saying that a mega space should be hosted by all the people who have been hosting these spaces. I think it's a really good idea, but my only worry is, will it bring people together? Because I'm also made to understand that in such situations, there's always these battles for supremacy. Someone always wants themselves to be at the top. Probably not everyone will want to be at the top, but there's always someone who wants to be at the top. Kuna mtu atataka tu kukuwa maybe leader, and inaletaga division in one way or the other. Sisemi italeta, I'm not saying it should be stopped, it should not happen. It should, but inafaa kuwa considered na precautions zikuwe taken very carefully, because tuna tread in a very dangerous path. Na at such times zenye tuko sahi with this revolution and everything that is going on with the government, the worst that should happen to us, the worst that can happen to us sahi ni kukua divided, ama watu anze kupigania supremacy, mtu atake kuwa kiongozi and all that. So hizo ni vitu zinafaa kuwa considered. So as much as we would love it, pia naweza taka iangaliwe na a lot of caution, because inaweza divide watu in a way that maybe probably you all didn't see that coming. Na hatufai kuwa divided sahi. So in the meantime, my suggestion would be all the space hosts, hata kama ni ma big wigs, all the space hosts, au waelewane tu wajue, even if Afrocentric space is running here, ingine ya Kimuzi na run the other side, ingine maybe hata huyo Samaeno na run the other side, the goal ndio inafaa kuwa the same. Like waelewane, the goal kama ni watu in the streets, you mobilize from your space, tukue tuna stand on one direction. Si ati huku kwingine kuna kuwa na tuna take this course of action, wengine huku wanasema tuende to occupy naitwa Uhuru Park, wengine huku tuende to occupy roads. Unaona, inakuwa like people don't know who to follow. And these spaces, one thing you don't know is that wenye wako hapa kwa Afrocentric ndio wako kwa Kimuzi, ndio wako wapi, ndio wako kwa Citizens Assembly. We are just the same people. Kikaa huku sana, unaona maybe mtu amechoka, ameenda kwingine. It is just space hopping. It's just the same people. So tunafaa kuwa careful. As much as we want, we have a common goal. Yeah. I think hiyo ndio kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema for now. Then you can bring someone else up. Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
Koino, a follow-up question. If the Kenyan media, the leading Kenyan media houses would come together and interview the president together, joint media presser, why do you think the Kenyans on Twitter would find it difficult to come together to host one space, for example, where, for example, Afro will be the host, and we have two other co-hosts, the bigwigs of Twitter, where probably Afro hosts, then we have two other co-hosts. Because I think Twitter Spaces can only handle two co-hosts, I guess. Why do you think it's so difficult to bring people together? Because it's never done until it's done. You have to believe that it can happen. Why are you thinking it's gonna be difficult?
Actually, I'm not saying it's gonna be difficult. I'm saying it should be handled with a lot of caution. Because number one, you as Ayo, do you trust Osama? Let me ask you that.
I don't trust Osama. Osama is not in the picture yet.
No, I'm not saying it's not the picture. I just wanted to ask you something. What if all the bigwigs sit down and agree that now they want Osama to be the one to host? Then maybe two of them become
It is
the
not
co-host.
the bigwigs to decide. It is us to decide.
Even everyone, assuming even if we decide, and probably is there and is also among the influencers. I'm just trying to say that I'm not saying this is a very excellent idea. Actually, I think I even seconded it when it was raised. But I'm saying we must be very cautious so that we don't get misled or we don't get divided in the process. Because again, like I said, it is always good to have a strategy and never let your opponents know your intentions or what you intend to do next. For the record, the events of 25th of June, when we occupied Parliament and managed to make the president withdraw that finance bill 2024, the reason why it was very successful, it's because no one ever saw it coming. No one ever thought it was possible. We had not let our opponents know too much of our strategies and our plans, what we were going to do. They just thought it was all a joke. But after that, now, after we realized we had achieved that milestone, we started revealing way too much of our plans. We started telling them everything we were going to do, all our next moves. But mind you, we've never known what they are going to do next. We've never known what card they are going to play next. Na ukiangalia hata hizi appointments za jana, hizi zilianzishwa na some media houses zilianza tu hiyo propaganda. Immediately these people were sacked, tukasikia Kenyans want Kindiki and sijui nani to be hired back. That tells you how walikuwa ahead in the game already. How walikuwa ahead. Mulikuwa mnauliza tu hapa kwa Twitter, which Kenyans? Alafu unaona watu wengine wanaanza kuandika kwako. If you want all the details in these things, go through the comment section. Hata the tweet yenyewe inanga maana. Just go through the comment section. Utaanza kuona watu wengine wanasema yes. Wanawapima tu hewa kwanza, wanataka kuona how do you guys react to it. So, for them, they test the depth of the waters with one of their feet. For us, what we do, sisi tunaingizanga mguu zetu zote ndani ya maji, tunapima nayo, tunashtukia imetumeza. But before that, ile wakati watu, when we occupied parliament, it was different. Hata hawako wanajua strategy yetu, asi tukua tunajua yao. And that is why tuli triumph. So I think going forward, Pia, we should not reveal so much. Pia, I know we don't have leaders, and this is the only place where we can say, "Oh, tukutane CBD, tukutane Jkia," and all that. But let's not get carried away by the sweetness. But the struggle continues. Mimi hata Maandamano Tuesday nitakuwa, so I'm not even discouraging anyone. I'm saying Pia, to reveal way too much. They wanapata plan zetu zote wanatukaunta nayo. Wewe tulikuwa na wewe pale Nation Center kidogo tupigwe risasi last was it Tuesday? You were there. Unaona venye walikuwa wanatukona, they corner protesters in one corner, wanawarushia tear gas, wanaanza kupiga marisasi, maraba bullets and all that. You saw it because walikuwa shajua jamaa walikuwa wamewaskata, they scattered us. Town mzima walikuwa wameskata watu, wengine wamepelekwa huku, wengine wamepelekwa huku. So you all can't unite together. Why? Because walikuwa shajua what next, what we are supposed to do with these people, and watu wamepanga nini. You understand? So I'm not saying the space thing is an impossible thing. I'm saying pia ikuwa heli na cautious, because wataanza sasa pia watakuwa watu wao watakuwa kwa space wanasikiliza, watakuwa wanajua mpango yao watu ni nini na wanaweza icounter aje. So it's a very possible thing, very very possible actually it should be held, but with caution. Are we together?
All right. So thank you for bringing that clarity. Engineer Okumu, mic is yours. Is it Okumu? Okuna.
Okuna, yeah, is Okuna. Thank you for the space. I really don't have much to say, but tumeongea.
I listen to you guys. Leo pia nimewa listen, but I just heard someone talking about occupying schools. I think we might lose focus if we really don't know where we are heading to. Then we'll have all chunks of proposals, so that by the end of the day, we will not know what we're gonna do. I know we are humans, and as someone said, that we only have phone. Actually, I've met Okia Omtata this morning. We are reviewing this issue of cabinet secretaries who are reappointed. I've been part of a number of petitions, including the presidential petitions, the 50+1 petition that was taken to Supreme Court. I was part of the drafters, and I was there for the 14 days. And actually, no one gathered 50%+1, but the courts said what they said, and we went ahead, as well as the housing levy. I was also part of that team that drafted that petition. So we've met as a team, that team that drafted the housing levy, and we are looking at that pronouncement by the president regarding yesterday's reappointment. What is really worrying me, I don't have anything to do with laws. I'm an engineer, electrical. But President Ruto's cabinet had almost 60 or 70% made up of lawyers. And actually, some are even professors of law. But you understand that a number of communications, a number of advice, a number of pronunciation made by this cabinet itself, a number of their decisions have always found their ways to the court. So you ask yourself whether these guys really advising the president. The president also have lawyers, also have advisors. Then you ask yourself, if these guys have all types of lawyers in the cabinet and the advisors, then such kind of blunders, I don't think should come out from someone who really did laws and is a professor of law. I think the first thing at angeambia president, no, look at this president. Do not send everyone home. Just send a number of those CS whom you think you don't want back, because this article says once someone is dismissed, dismissal is a very serious term. Once you are dismissed, there's no way you can be absorbed back into that position and even other positions. So I don't know whether the lawyers we have were not really understanding English. No, we may have problems with English, or the term dismissal was not really, they didn't understand that word dismissal. That is the question we really asking, because that thing is written in the language that anyone can understand. Uh, what I always say about our constitution is that our constitution was written at the least language that even a class 3 will understand. It doesn't have more languages, tough languages, anything. Anything that is written there was written in a language that anyone can understand. But you find out that people want to make them, people want to interpret the sections and the articles of our constitution just to make them happy. So you realize that Ruto did a mistake, and the mistake that he did, someone who has understood and has studied law up to the professional level, PhD, will still come out and say that provisions were really not altered. So we will go to the court, I'm very sure in probably next week, and it will be a battle. We don't have lawyers, definitely. Even Okia himself is not a lawyer. Okia himself is an engineer, civil. But the 2010 constitutions allowed anyone can take a petition, you can draft a case, you can take it to a court, and you can argue your case so long as the judges, the bench, have agreed that you have that capacity to argue your case. But I want to tell you guys that Ruto is scheming for 2027 more than even what he's doing here now. What is happening is that Ruto wants to confuse everyone so that the elephant in the room, which is IBC, is kept at bay. He wants to manipulate it. If there's nothing that is happening in this country, then every person's eye will be at IBC. So for him to really get your eyes and your attention off the IEBC, Ruto wants to bring each and every kind. So you want to go to the court today because of the CSS. Tomorrow we'll need to go to the street because of 1 or 2, 3. Tomorrow we need to go to the court. So when these things are happening, time is going out. Time is going out until you'll just realize that Ruto has put his people at the IEBC for manipulations of the result. So as much as we are looking for all these issues, let us not take everything on board. We will not really manage. Let us be specific. If I'm saying that we want to occupy everything and everywhere, we will not make it. I can assure you, we may not make it. If we need to occupy, let us occupy one thing and let it be successful. And me today, yesterday I said very well, and I still say it. Let us not go to Uhuru Park. It will not add any value. Let us identify a serious government institution uh, like like Parliament, and let us ensure that there's no business that Parliament will transact until our demands are met. If it is not Parliament, let us just focus on ensuring that there's no activity going on at the JKIA, so that once you attach the JKIA and Parliament, that news will circulate across the globe. Across the globe. When we go to Uhuru Park, that news will not even go past Limuru, because Uhuru Park is a place known for guys who wants to go and have leisure. But people who really wants to go and have something done have nothing to do with Uhuru Park. The only thing, maybe if we just have to go to Uhuru Park, let us say that we want to see off the CBD from any movement in and out. That is very simple, because police. What happened in Parliament? I was there that day full time. Actually, after that, we met Okia Omtata in his office. That day of Parliament, we were very many, and not you will find some people were coming from Modurwa. The
Hey, can you hear the speaker?
No, I think he's
Lakini ama host wangu,
reconnecting.
what's going on?
Unanisikia?
We have lost the speaker.
Unajua every time najaribu kunini kuongea ni kama sijui mic yangu najaribu kutap kufungua mic na hang. Are you able to Ebu give Koino the co-host?
Okay, that's what I'm doing.
Mm. Meanwhile tuko kwa nani naitwaje? Tuko kwa Grace eh?
Thank you, Grace. Thank you also, Kowino. Great. You're doing amazing. All night, all day. Grace, go ahead. Grace, unatusikia?
Grace hayuko Afro, acha mimi niendelee.
Okay, sir.
Good morning guys.
Hapana, ngoja kwanza. Calm down. There are people who came before you. Msijipende
Ah,
hivyo bwana. Grace kama amekata tunamtoa tu tunawacha watu wengine. Relax tu na ndakufikia. Even Ivy was here before you. Hey,
we Ayota, we uko na zako. Sawa, endelea.
calm down. Calm down.
If I come down ta drop
Thomas,
kwa mic niaje tena.
ulitafuta tu network. Thomas Sankara.
Niko Thomas Niko.
Okay, sawa, tuendelee.
So guys, nataka tu kuuliza swali. You should have what is the end game? Kama end game ni Ruto must go, strategy should change and we should try to reach out to as many people as possible. Afadhali ikuwe maandamano, hii maandamano ya every other week inafanya the other side wana regroup, wana plan imewapea chance ya kustudy strategy yetu na kukame up na counter. Why don't we have even 7 days or 1 month tuseme after relent baka Ruto must go? Because if you don't have an end game na if you are doing it every Tuesday and Thursday, so unaona siku hizi inakuja Tuesday then Thursday it dies out. It's because wamesha learn strategy yetu na wamesha come up na strategy ya kucounter. Then we should be very careful with this revolution. As much as we are saying that Ruto must go, mnafaa mkumbuke bado tulisema Moi must go. Mkumbuke bado ilifika Kibaki akaingia tamu ya pili, watu wakasema Kibaki must go. Msisahau ati Uhuru pia kuna time watu walikufa sana 2017. Huyo Matiang'i watu wanasifu saa hii. Kuna time watu wameuliwa. So hawa watu ni puppets of the West. If you lose track, msahau adui yenyu ni nani. The revolution will be hijacked. Sijui kama mliona statement ya US Embassy jana. Walisema nini? Ati hizo vifo ni protest related. They are not blaming the government, they are puppets for killing innocent protesters. Alafu they are calling us the involved groups at actors. You know. Na hiyo statement take too long to come. Ukitaka kujua tuko sovereign, why do we have foreign military bases in our country? Why do we have every time we try to agitate for change, tushatumiwa Obasanjo, tushatumiwa other puppets wakuje wajenge nusu mkate. Hii nusu mkate mnapigana nayo, kina Obasanjo na US Embassy ndio wameorganize. So you should know that Kenya is not independent. As much as you want to believe that you are independent, you are still a colony of the West. And these people are mining our minerals. Kuna Magadi Soda area. 220, enda Google who owns Magadi area. It is being owned by the royal family of Britain. 220 to 24,000 acres is a land bigger than Nairobi. These people are mining, wanatoa minerals huko tangu the so-called independence hawajawahi enda. Hiyo ni number one. Angalia conservancies. Hizi mnaita mbuga za wanyama hizi. Those are protected areas where these people are mining minerals. Angalia coast. Angalia hiki kitu ilikuwa inafanya Jacob Juma anauliwa. These people are still, they are just installing puppets so that, yani, what I normally think, our to Kurana colony became so expensive for them, so that walituachia ma prefect. Hii election mnafanyanga alafu mnaenda mnasema sijui IBC wameiba. Hakuna, hii kitu inakontroliwa kutoka nje. Na the moment mtajua the real enemy ni nani, then you'll be able to get true. Let us seek for true independence first. That's why I support the people of the Sahel. Ukiangalia Sahel region, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, wamekick the colonialists out. Wamefukuza Burkina Faso, hakuna hata French embassy. Walifukuza France na wakatoa French military base. Niger hata hakuna jeshi ya US. Niger walifukuza jeshi ya US juzi. Wametoa, wataki foreign military base in their country. Why do we have a foreign military base ya US huko Manda Bay? Why do we have foreign military base ya Britain? Wana rape watu, they are doing bad things. Hakuna mtu anawafanyia kitu, hawezi pelekwa kotini, hawezi fanyiwa anything. Na mnasema mko independent. These guys are just watching this revolution. And RUTO and Raila are their puppets. Wao watu, they sponsor both the opposition and government sides. Na wana sponsor baka activists. Tunaona stories zimekuja za Boniface Mwangi kusponsoriwa kutoka nje. Sio wajinga, they make sure they balance our politics. Hawa watu CIA wako na department inaitwa psychological department. Wana study psychology yetu kama Kenya. Kama Kenya ni koloni yao, wanajua tukipanga Mjaluo na Mkale tuta control hii country. That's why unaona politics yetu tangu the so-called hiyo fake independence. Politics yetu ni same. Unakuta Mjaluo Mkikuyu anashikana na Mkale. Mkale akikaa sana, Mjaluo anashikana na Mkikuyu anamtoa. Hiyo ukabila wametu divide along tribal lines. Then ukitaka kujua tuko independence, nani hapa anaweza niambia origin ya Kenya ni nini? Kenya ilianza na nani na ilianzishwa wapi? We were just Africans tukiwa hivi continent moja until these people came na wakatugawa. Ilikuwa inaitwa British East African Company, British South African Company. So si tulikuwa tu ni ile nyara nyara, kama mlichezaga ile nini ya utotoni. Yani walirusha Afrika nyara, alafu mwenye anajishikia ile part ni yake. Then they came up with this, mimi naziita zizi kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. The way unaweza kuwa na kondoo yako alafu umewaekea fence. So if we don't know our real enemy is, these people, they will do, what the Americans will do, wata hijack hii process. They will install another puppet. Then we will have another puppet after 5 or 10 years or 15. Then we will be singing Afrocentric must go. I hope mnanipata. We should fight for real independence. We should try to educate people. There are books. Kuna kitabu imeandikwa na John Perkins. Inaitwa The Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Kuna ingine ya Burgess inaitwa The Looting Machine. Tafuteni hizo vitabu please na msome. Tutachezewa mind game hapa, watu watakufa. Sasa unasikia tunauziwa uoga. Umeona speech za Raila na Mudavadi ati if Ruto goes then who comes in? Sijui Mudavadi anasema if you are 18 or 20 years mkiharibu nchi 40 years after hapa mtakuwa wapi? Tayari wanacheza mind game, wanatu blackmail ati it's either we let them continue selling our country to the colonialist, yani it's either peace or we let them loot. Sasa tuchague peaceful, to choose kukua peaceful lakini tukaliwe, ama tuuziwe violence na to lose. Yani it's either them or nothing. It's either they gain or all of us will lose. So we should be very careful. That's my point. Let's try to reach
Thank
out
you
to
so much.
Even these ghettos. Very few people are co-educated. We have education, but it is, mi nasemanga sisi ni educated fools kwa sababu tuko educated lakini hatujui adui yetu ni nani. After all those years of education, let's try wale watu wamechanuka Iran, it took Iran 25 years to recapture their country after America wali take over that country wakaeka puppet 1953. Walitoa Mossadegh. Unaona hizi demo tunafanya, the Americans were able to hijack those demos and put in a puppet. The puppet ruled that country for 25 years. It took the Gen Z of that country to change that country and recover it. Ndio unaona Iran wako independent mpaka sahi. Wamefunika ni country yao, foreign influence haiwezi ingia. Resources zao wanazimanage hao wenye. We have resources in this country zenye hata tunaweza kuwa kama Saudi Arabia. Tuko na minerals kwa hii country. Hizi zinaitwa conservancies. Zinaoniwa na wazungu wenye hata Mwafrika hizi kanyaga ndani. Hizi huku Savo wapi kuna minerals zinatoka huko. Kama hapo Magadi Soda nilikuwa nakwambia. Kuna kampuni huko Shell company inaitwa Tata Chemicals. 224,000 acres na walipi land rates. Olelenko akakuja 2017 akasema how comes there's a foreign company here yenye hailipi land rate. Wamekalia 224,000 acres na walipi land rates. Akajaribu kusema walipe land rates. Walimpeleka mbio. Enda Google hiyo kitu. Hiyo kesi iko kwa magazeti utaipata. Wana mine our minerals, wanachukua bure, wana file fake books of account, wana file loss. So they are not even paying tax.
Maliza.
Unanipata?
Maliza, umeoverrun.
Sawa.
Unachukua 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me nimalize, but let's keep educating each other. Tafuteni hizo vitabu please. The Looting Machine and The Confessions of an Economic Hitman by John Perkins. Thanks a lot for the space.
Asante sana, Thomas. I think this is the time I bring in Ivy.
Habari hayo.
Poa sana.
Okay, so kitu imenifanya niitishe mic ni kuna msee alikuja hapa na bio yake ilikuwa inasema politician and a businessman. Alikuwa anasema ati Kenyans love peace na tukianza kuguzia livelihoods hapo ndio tuna lose watu. And I was wondering livelihood ya nani ndio anamaanisha, because si ya common mwananchi. Livelihoods ya common mwananchi imekuwa shaped before even revolution ianze. Huo mtu in essence anajaribu tu kutuambia chenye nilisema kwa space before, ni the middle class and the rich wameanza kuguzwa sasa, wana feel like tunawasumbua. So asijifanye ati sisi common mwananchi ndio tunataka peace ndio tuweze kupata livelihoods yetu. Whether kuna peace ama hakuna, we still don't get it. So I disagree with him in hiyo part. And maandamano ikikuwa on select days, huo mtu hatusikii. We are supposed to hit him hard. Every day, day and night tukue tunaandamana. Hata kama tunaenda na shifts, watu wengine wakuwa wanarudi home, sisi ndio tunaingia shift ya asubuhi. I don't know if inaweza work hivyo, but nasema mi niko willing hata kukaa huko daily, tuende tu camp na tents. Tukae huko mpaka huyu msee atoke. Wao wote wako corrupt. Na nimekeep nikisikia watu wakikuja hapa kwa space and even kwa timeline, watu wakitype wakisema unajua zile pesa unafaa kuwa nayo ndio uingie kwa hiyo gava. That is what we are trying to eliminate. Hii kitu ifai kuwa investment ya mtu ati ana invest pesa akijua ataenda kurudisha investment yake akishaingia huko. Age limit inafaa kukua, pesa yenye mtu anafaa kulipwa inafaa kuwa pesa kidogo sana, that hata mtu anaenda huko simply because ana feel ako na calling ya kuserve. wananchi wa Kenya, not because anaenda huko ku earn pesa ama kupewa title ya honorable na magari kubwa kubwa. I'll repeat again, we are a third world nation. Tunafaa ku live within our means. Hii kitu, a lot of people here come na wengine wako pro maandamano. We keep saying maandamano inafaa kukua kila siku. Watu wengine wanasema tujui tukienda wapi ndio maandamano itasikizwa. Anafaa kuona watu wametokea kwa street in large numbers kila siku, and that guy will bow. Hatuwezi appeal to his human side because he is a narcissist na hana humanity in him at all. Whether yeye ni puppet wa the West, sisi the power iko with the people. Sisi ndio the people. Wanasemanga nyeusi kwa bendera ni ya watu, ni sisi, not anyone mwenye ako white ama mtu ametoka country ingine. Sisi wa Kenya, wa Kenya hawapewi ID sahi, watu wanawekwa kwa government mtu. People keep joking that Chirchir ameletwa hapo atumalize sasa this time. It is not funny at all. We need to wake up and take back our country. Na tuache kuongea tukisema sijui tukioccupy hapa, tukae kwa street na tukae completely. Na watu waache kuattack Wakenya wenzao. Sahi common enemy ni moja, ni political class. Wote waende tuanzie zero. That's what I keep saying. Lakini mtu asikuja hapa akisema Wakenya wanapenda peace na livelihoods zinakuwa affected. Ni only the middle class and the rich wana feel effect ya hii maandamano, because let's be honest, watu walikuwa wana struggle na cost of living before. So tunataka kurectify everything. That's why tunataka kuanza afresh. I hope nime make sense. Thank you for your opportunity. Sitaki kujirudia nikisema the same things nimesema ama nikuwe redundant vitu zenye everyone else point out. But that's mainly what I wanted to say. Huyo mtu asiseme ati ni mtu ana earning 50 shillings amelemewa kupata 50 shillings tena. It's not true. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Ayo.
Thank you so much, Ivy. Future generations, then Hannah. Future generations,
Niko hapa.
talk to us.
Unanisikia?
Don't take more than 3 minutes. Talk to us.
Sawa, thanks. Sasa, first things first, kabla nifike point yangu nataka kuaddress nye Thomas ametoka kuongea about hizo countries zingine zenye wametoa all their colonizers and all that shit. Tuanzie tu first things first. Shida yetu si colonizers, shida yetu si mzungu, shida yetu si British ama American ama Mwarabu ama Muindia mwenye analetwa Jkia. Our problem is our leaders. These are the people doing the deals. These are the people when amesema hapo Olelenku sijui alipata nini. Of course, what happens, and I'm talking from my own experience, an investor comes to Kenya. Akikuja, there are two ways. Either atauziwa shamba na wenye wako kwa ofisi, ama atapewa documents. Whatever deal inafanyangwa, zote zinafanyangwa na wenye wako ofisi. There's no way you'll come and start blaming someone ati huyu ako na 220 acres ama whatever thousands, alafu unaanza kumwambia ati sasa atoke jumeleta serikali mpya ati jue ni mzungu. To be very honest, ukiangalia most of the cases, hawa watu wanakuanga wamepewa hiyo shamba na hawa watu wenye tumesimamia. Tunaongea sasa, let's move haraka. The next thing tunaongea ni hizi bases zenye ziko. According to the world right now, anything can happen. A base might be an advantage or a disadvantage, or having it can be an advantage or a disadvantage. That is not the point. The point ni zile concessions wamepewa nazo. Juu zile concessions wanapewa nazo ndio hapo corruption inaingilia. Unajipata tulipeana shamba 1000 years, unasema mzungu alikuja ameshikilia shamba yetu 1000 years, we are still colonized. No, the colonizer is not the one on the land. Wenye walicolonize walishatoka. Wenye walichukua mashamba za the white settlers, wenye wako na mashamba saizi au ndio wali make deals. Hizo ndio deals zinafaa kuangaliwa. Mtu akikuja anasema ati akina Raila ndio wako na gava. No problem. Why don't we the youth ourselves go and speak to these leaders? Tuanze kuwaambia pia sisi we are the youth of this country. So whatever you are doing, you're doing it on behalf of this country. Last week I hosted Labour Party here kwangu, wenye wameshinda kwenye naishi. Na mimi nimeweka bendera yangu kwa my business premises na kila mahali. And I told them, now let me tell you how you're contributing to the problems in Kenya. You see the money that you give to companies to invest in, to aid in Kenya, and then it's given into companies. Me from the embassy last year,
Last year in 2023. 2022, I had a list of all the companies that the British government gave money to. Na zote ukiziangalia, they're companies with portfolios, they're companies that are making sense. But let me break it down. Of course, Peponi schools, of course, Brookside, of course, all the Kenyatta projects and families ndio zinapewa hiyo do. So me was telling these people here, the money that you're giving as aid, taking from your taxpayer, you're going to enrich billionaires. Hapo sasa ndio inaanza kuguza watu juu wanaona haya, so mimi nataxiwa ndio hiyo do iende Kenya ikapewe a billionaire. And I have the list, na niliwafungulia na nikawaonyesha. Hata by then nimefollow watu kwa group. I do that every time I speak in a group or anytime I'm in a group, me follow watu. Hannah, you're the next speaker, and I've seen you're a UK Labour member, activist, mediator, working with communities across the board in policy. Pia wewe kwenye uko, it is your time now kuambia Labour Party, this is what is going on in Kenya. From where we are, maandamano pia sisi tunaandamana. Mimi kazi yangu ni kuambia, haya, mimi mnafanya hivi ndio kunaenda Kenya. Haya, there's Batok in Kenya, this is what they're doing. Hawa ndio watu tunafaa kuambia. Unajua kina Raila wanapandanga ndege, jua ndio wako na ndege ya kupanda kutuliko, wanakuja kuuza hizi sera. Hizi sera si ngumu kuuza, ni tuungane pia sisi jenzi wenye tuko nje, tukuje tuongee, tukuje tujirepresent. I have done this before, it is doable. Advocacy is doable. Na hizi vitu tuna blame watu wa nje, tuache kublame watu wa nje, tujiulize sisi, huyu mtu amepataje shamba, alilipa na huyu ni CS mgani alisign off hii deal? Because I know like 2023 tulitoka, like we had a big project tulikuwa tunafanya Nakuru County. Tulianza under Jane Marriott when she was the ambassador in Kenya. Hiyo project ilikuwa inaenda vizuri, alafu Kihika akakuja akatukanyaga akatutupa nje. So of course people left with tons of money that people were trying to do. Me as a small fish, mimi nilikuwa nafanya through knowing kuna shamba pale, inaweza fanywa nini hapa, na hii inaweza fanywa. Wakishaanza kuitisha, so unasikia watu wa Kihika wanaanza kuitisha do ati kutupea documents, almost half our budget. So unafikiria tumekuja kujenga, ama unafikiria tunacheza, ama unafikiria tunadanganya, ama unataka nini? Those are the people who are affecting us. And I'll go back to the slave trade. We like to blame the Americans, the British, the Asians, the Portuguese when walitubeba. But we forget who sold us. Sini watu wetu waliuzana. We are the people we are the problem us wenyewe. That's why I wanted to address it from. We clean up ourselves, we clean up our leaders, we make sure that whoever is representing us, akona the interest of the people. Let any deal that is being done by anyone outside of Kenya or under any ministry ijulikane na Kenyans. Wajiulize wenyewe, is this beneficial? Do we think we're going to be attacked by Russia next week? Do we think we should be independent? Do we think we need a base here? Like that should be in the public discourse. Of course, some of these things ni high security, whatever, but we need someone we can trust, mwenye akikuja ground atajua vile atatuelezea tuelewe kwa nini wanafanya hivyo. As Kenyans tunajua huyo mtu ako accountable. The second thing is about occupation. Occupying Parliament ilikuwa successful. The next one ni occupying State House. I know we are beating around the bush. Sasa mimi at least hawezi nishika, wacha niseme. The next one should be occupying State House. Kwani why are we beating around the bush? State House and Jkia. Unajua, by the way, Jkia is a crazy one. Unaimagine kuna watu wako huko hata saizi, Americans, British. Unaimagine tufunge Jkia. Do you know what we are telling them? You cannot exit. The moment people know there is no way out, unaona kama vile tuko ground, sisi hatuna do hata ya kupanda ndege, anyway hata hatuna passport, hawatupei passport, so hata hatuwezi jisaidia hata airport kama iko open or not. Sasa haiwa affect, lakini sisi it doesn't mean anything. And going to that Jkia means tons of shit. Na mimi nilisomea Utawala Academy, iko hapo nyuma ya Jkia. Jkia wacha niwape logistics, kuna GSU na kuna AP, au ndio wanaweza katuamkia. But kuna mtu alisema, another funny thing niliona, tukivaa sisi wote kama watalii, by the time wajue ni nani na nani sio nani, by the way it will be a tall order. Unajua vile kuna kuangana hiyo jam hapo hivyo kuingia Jkia, ianze hapo. Before wajue nini nakuja, kuna kabarabara kengine hapo in between kenye kwa uleta hizo food za nas. I think kwa uenda kama metoka na huko hizo places za Utawala. Tufunge tu hiyo surrounding. That in itself is a threat to national security. Juju hata ambassadors wajatoka, ambassadors bado wako huko. Fungieni hao wase huko, hapo sasa ndio tutakuwa tumefinya. Watu no exit. this problem you have created, this problem you're not running out of. Watoto wao hawajatoka bado, wana buy time. Hata kuna mtu ametoka kuniambia ati ako ready anytime, ako ready kutoka, but hawajatoka. Hao ndio wanafaa kufungiwa huko ndani, hao wote. Akina si tunajua Shalina na zurura huko, hao ndio wanafaa kufungiwa huko. Afungiwe State House na afungiwe Jkia, no exit. Kuna mtu hata aliongea about tall buildings nini. I know that's a good one, but basics Jkia na State House tutakuwa tumemaliza hii job. Tuache kuongea mob. Of course si vibaya kuongea cause tunapeana strength, but let's focus. Umse lazima ashuke. Umse asiposhuka by the hakuna home. Mi best yangu alikuwa niuliza na come home when niko like zile zenye anajua nilitoka huko na machozi. Nilitoka huko nimeibiwa do, nimechezwa na DCI nafuatwa. Yani the hunter becomes the hunted. But namwambia it's not even about anything. Ni kujua tu unezenda home. Like by the way tusipotoa watu hatuwezi enda home. Please, whatever we can do tumalize hii job. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. What do I say now? Afro, I think we were here with you when the cabinet was dissolved. And the first thing people were saying, yes, Hamisikiza, the only thing I said, my only comments, and I still remember it vividly, was there is no excitement there because these people will find their way back or find their way in other parts of the government. Do you really guys believe that he dissolved them, therefore he's going to bring the right people for the right job? So for me, it wasn't a surprise. To be honest, it wasn't a surprise. What RUTO did was quintessential. What was expected of him. A wolf in a sheep's cloth will always be a wolf. So for me, but what has this achieved? It has achieved all along what they wanted it to achieve, which is change the focus, attention from actually, it has managed to divert attention of people that were not attentive in the first place. But I think the people who in their core believed strongly that RUTO needs to go and the system needs to be fixed. I don't think how wamekuwa surprised, lakini diversion, yes, wengi wamekuwa diverted. And somebody mentioned that these names, I think a while back, walituma majina kwenye, on the social media, and people start saying, huyu ni hivi, huyu arudi. They were testing waters. Now, yesterday we hold a space, and people are focusing, Flani amerudi, Flani, and even the ones who did not come back, their first-hand man or lady, whatever it is, those are the people who have been named. So I'm confused with Kenyans. When we choose and pick these people and say this one should stay, this one should come back, this one shouldn't, what does it matter? The driver of this is still the same. It's still RUTO, and RUTO needs to go. So whoever RUTO brings is still going to be working for RUTO. And everybody that is on that list, I'm not even looking forward to the next list. And I was not actually looking forward to this because the first day he dissolved it and the tones started changing. I said, for me, I do not believe these people are gone. They will crawl somewhere else within this government. And that is exactly what has happened. Na ukiona mwenye hajarudi, his assistant amerudishwa, he's somebody that kila mtu ameweka mtu wake hapo. Mwenye ameonekana is too toxic to come back, maybe in his head, wameweka mtu wake, somebody who was there for him, somebody who was working with him. So why are we talking about this people? Why are we talking about this cabinet? It's of no use. I don't even see. Yesterday there was too many spaces. Everybody's talking about the list, why Flani Amerudi, picking on names on that list. Those names, For me, that list doesn't matter. For me, that cabinet has been dissolved and it should stay that way. Kwanza, my question is, don't they have any other life? Why do they need to come back? Is there no life after this cabinet? Don't they have any lives? Why do they really so badly you want to come back? I don't know, to be honest. Last Tuesday, for me, the spirit was high. We went to demonstrate in front of Kenyan embassy in London, and actually, we had more people than the previous time we were there, and of course, more police presence. They ordered more police, and but now it's like conversation is already diverted. People are talking about this. People are tweeting. Even the hashtag of RUTO must go, it may reduce. For me, here where I am, it's not trending anymore, and it's actually really frustrating when people keep tweeting about the fulani amerudi. I wrote somebody wengine wanaandika wamepigia Sofia simu, wengine wanatuma screenshots za message ya what. From day one, we said everything that is happening, it's a sideshow to divert people from the issues at hand. It's very simple. I don't know why we are diverting our energy, our issues. People have to mention the names of these people on the list. Why do you care? Pluto is still there. Pluto has to go, and this system has to be fixed. And there's no two ways about it. We cannot go out of it. We cannot stop now. We cannot even have time to breathe. For me, probably we should change this tactic and maybe take it a notch up. Why not? Watu wabebe brangeti na let people camp outside for a day or 2 days. Even kurudi nyumbani maybe ndio imeleta shida. For me, I don't know. We're trying to organize. It's summer now. People can stay outside. If we can manage to get people to put permanent tents in front of the Kenyan embassy in London and maybe stay there for a few days and keep rotating people. If it takes that, we will do that. Wakenya wenzangu, that is what I would argue. Imaba kurudi nyumbani, maybe get, even if it's not a lot of people, a few. Some can go home, some can come back, some can change those and keep rotating. Because it's not gonna be easy from here onwards. This what Ruto has done, he's ripped off that band-aid instead of treating the wound and let Kenya be and he can step down for the sake of this country. He decided to put another band-aid in. So it's garbage in and garbage out. Nothing more, nothing less. It's frustrating. It's annoying to see people concentrating on this cabinet, expecting what is the next list he's gonna release. Who cares what is the next list is gonna release? Nobody cares about that. Now, if we stop here, we've lost lives. Lives matter. We've lost lives, but guess what? We will all be hunted down one by one. And actually, they will get to us. Believe you me, they will get to everybody, no matter where you are. Whether you're in Kenya, whether you're outside Kenya, it does not matter. Anybody who was outspoken there, if we stop now, they will come after each and every one of us and start hunting us down. So for me, I would say, please, let's just take a breath, forget about his list, because we're giving him genuine. When we discuss the people he's appointed, we are giving him an authority that we took off him, Kitambo. We told him he's not our president. We want him to go. Now, when we discuss the people that he has appointed, we're giving him legitimacy. Why are we giving this guy a legitimacy of discussing a cabinet that he has appointed? I think we should think deeply, and the focus is not only Ruto should go, but we should fix this system once and for all. Enough is enough. Thank you, guys. Ayo and Afro, but handed over the mic back to you guys. Thank you. Ayo and Afro, are you guys there? Is anybody speaking or Mrs. Kim too? Or is it me?
Hannah.
Okay. I thought I'm having issues because I couldn't hear anybody speaking. So
Now I'm waiting. I'm here waiting for Kowino to pick the co-host because I want to get a bit held up kidogo, but I don't know where Kowino is.
I can't see
But anyway,
Kowino on the space. I can't see him.
but we can go to General Kage. Is Kage around?
General Cargo, are you there? General
Cargo, sorry.
Cargo. General Cargo, are you there?
And where did Pineapple drop? Pineapple, what's up? Why did you drop? Anyway.
General just
If Cargo
raised
is
his hand. General, you
oh,
must hear.
Cargo, your mic is on. Speak to us. Allah. Okay, let me add other speakers. Cargo.
Labda akona issues, drop
Yes,
alafu
Ivy.
mrudishe.
And where is Ivy? Ivy also dropped. Wanyama, panda hapa juu tafadhali. Come help me co-host Wanyama kindly. Wanyama. Let me add other speakers. I have like 54 requests, my goodness. All right, we have new speakers. Kago, can you hear me? Okay.
Hi everyone. Good morning. Can I
Who's
speak?
speaking?
Yeah, my name is Linda Stewart from Motomoto Kitchen. I am from the United
Okay, talk
States,
to us.
and I wanted to speak if possible.
Go ahead, please.
First and foremost, I wanted to encourage all of you that us from the diaspora, we are behind you, and we've always been concerned about our people at home, and that's why we've always tried to be engaged with our government to see how we can propel our country to the next level. Secondly, I've had all the comments, and for me, my thought process is we should attack from all levels. There are some people who said that the West are not involved. We live with them here, and we know how things happen. So I think we need to attack from all levels. Meaning, from this side in the United States, we are attacking from the IMF level and the World Bank level to kind of hold them accountable. So as you people hold the government officials accountable there. For us, we are working to see how we can tackle the IMF with the policies. Another thing that we've spoken in several forums as the diaspora is to see how we can help you guys organize yourselves so that you can have a structure. I know you guys mumekuwa mkienda nje, on the forefront, but in the back end, if we can have people who are working on a strategic plan, for instance, of what we want to see in future, I think that will make sense. Meaning, for the governors that are currently there, they have strategic plans that they had worked on, which they came up with. Probably some of them have never come up with them, but the ones who have come up with them, they have very big documents, which doesn't make sense, of development that they want to do. So during this time, we should have a team in the back end, which I believe us as diaspora, or I can say, you know, I, I can round up some people where we are looking at those strategic plans, and we are also cascading the information to you guys, and you guys are holding them accountable to find out why they haven't implemented some of the projects, because they should have short-term projects, mid-term, and the long-term projects. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what I'm thinking in terms of tackling everything, because you have to have solutions whereby if RUTO steps down, how do we enter real quick to develop our country? Because we're going to experience famine probably in the next 7 years because of the war in Ukraine. So how can we prepare ourselves so that when all the maandamanos are over and we come up with a solution, we all jump in now to developing ourselves? And I'm saying that because I'm a farmer myself from Bondo. If I was able to come in and bring development within our home within 7 days, I was able to, plant trees and do all that stuff, then I believe all these governors and MPs, they are capable. If they cannot do it, then we should have people who are kind of street smart and are ready to develop the country immediately. Because most of the times you'll find all these people who have titles of doctors and all that, they don't end up doing what is expected. What we need is the person on the ground to feel a change within their lifestyle within a short period of time. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, it does. So, what part of Bondo are you in?
I'm in Sakwabondo by the Yala River.
All right.
Yep,
All
yeah.
right.
But farming is everything. I know people in Kenya, they might find it hard, but we have so much land that we are not utilizing, and we can do so much. We can do so much with farming. So if the Gen Zs, you guys can decide to make your hands dirty and just do farming, wale watu wenye wako na maushago and all that, that land is not being utilized. So in the back end, you guys can start preparing yourselves, because it's going to get worse everywhere, including at Hapa America, where people have been having global meetings, njaa inakuja, because Ukraine ndio ilikuwa ina supply the entire world food. So we are going to fall in a crisis. So at the same time as people are pushing for change, there should be other people in the back end who are moving, so that we are moving in a synchronized manner, where even if as diaspora we can support with reading policy and kind of pushing in those documents where we can help you guys come up with recommendations and all, then it will make a difference where everything will just kind of work out and we won't be at a standstill. Things will still be moving. Hope that makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Mzalendo?
Thank you so much, Ayo. I would like by saying this a unity call that a people united shall never be defeated. A people united shall never be defeated. A people united shall never be defeated. Guys, members, the only thing that will make RUTO, as the hashtag goes, RUTO must go. The only thing that will take RUTO out is the masses. Masses. I have seen KOT has done a lot of work today. He has applied a lot of things. Now let us, if we are occupying, let us occupy in masses. Let us occupy in masses. Like last Tuesday, I was seeing in town, it was like the forces were many than others, than the demonstrators. If we are occupying, let us occupy how we people of Kitengela occupied. Let us occupy venye sisi wa Kitengela tulioccupy paka tukawalemea, wakaita usaidizi Athi River, wakaita usaidizi Isinya, sijui wapi, lakini bado hawakutoboa. Sababu gani? We were out in numbers, we were out in masses, wakashindwa wafanye nini? So if we are occupying, let us occupy in numbers. Kitu ingine, tusiache hasira nyuma. Kenye ilileta French Revolution ilikuwa ni hasira. Kasirika na kila kitu Ruto amekufanyia. Kama mimi kenye Ruto ananiudhingi nayo zaidi ni housing levy. Nakatwa housing levy, bibi yangu anakatwa housing levy. Kwani hiyo kitu, yani hiyo kitu, anytime I remember the housing levy deduction, na siku ya maandamano na raukanga mbaya sana, na kesho na jana yake nakuaga nimejaza sick off ama nimejaza kitu ninaenda mahali. I always feel, ama hiyo siku nasemaga kwetu ni kubaya, nimeshikwa kwa barabara siwezi make. Tafuta kenye Ruto anakukasirisha nayo, toka na hiyo hasira, toka na hiyo hasira. Mimi utokanga na hasira ya housing levy. Hasira ya pili natokanga nayo ni hasira ya NSSF. Uhuru alikuwa ananikata NSSF ya 200, ananiacha vizuri nilishe familia yangu, lakini Ruto ananikata NSSF ya 2160. So he claims that he's saving for me na familia yangu ilale njaa. When I think of those two things, natokanga na hasira. Na hasira ya mwisho, for in the honor of the fallen soldiers, fallen 51 soldiers, toka na hiyo hasira. Try to imagine if it was your brother, if it was your sister, if it was your uncle, if it was your husband who is a breadwinner, ndiye ameshutiwa. So in the honor of those fallen soldiers, tutoke nje na hasira. Na kitu ya mwisho, for the sake of social justice in Kenya, Ruto must go. For the sake of better governance in Kenya, Ruto must go. For the sake of a brighter future for our children, Ruto must go. To end tribalism in Kenya, Ruto must go. To clean the nation, Ruto must go. To end corruption, Ruto must go. To demand for accountability, Ruto must go. He just has to go. Halafu ayo, kitu ingine, Ruto, the next bombshell Ruto is going to throw to us is the return of chief cabinet secretaries, whom he, in his first press conference, he said he has suspended them. Remember, the cabinet ministers alisema amewa dismiss. na amewarudisha, na wale wenye alisuspend atafanya nini? He will return them and show us the middle finger. Fanyeni kenye mtafanya, kwani mtadu. Jana nimeona office ya first lady inasema inataka 571 million kupay off workers. What bullshit is that? Kwani ya watu wanalipwa nini? Kwani walikuwa wamekaa miezi 10 hawajalipwa? Why require 571 million to pay? Kwani ni watu wangapi? Tunabebwa ufala na sisi ni mafala na tuko na ujinga, na hiyo ujinga inafaa tutoe. Tutoeni ujinga, tuweke makasiriko mbele na tutumie masses. Ruto must go. Thank you Ayo and Afrocentric. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Afro, are you there? Afro? Afrocentric. Afro is away from his phone.
Ako mbali na simu kama kawaida yake. I think
Why
mumekuwa hapa for long eh?
Afro, hebu patia Wanyama co-host. If you're anywhere around your phone, please send the co-host to Wanyama. But Wanyama, I've sent you the microphone. Just accept it. Meanwhile, let's hear from Achesa. No, not before Achesa. Let's hear from Axe Global. Sorry, Achesa, you come after Axe Global.
Yo, thank you so much, Ayo. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. I've been listening, and guys, let me tell you, we're in the right cause. But what I can echo is this: we are dealing with a system that has always been there, and it's a system that has two major branches. We are dealing with the internal system, and we're dealing with an international system, the external system. You understand? And we have to counter at all cost. And this internal and both external and internal system that we are dealing with, as much as we are looking for good governance, which is our main cause, because there's no any other cause, our main cause is good governance. That's what we demand, accountability and everything. These guys, they have their own, what you call game cards. They have their ways of dealing with things, you understand? For me, I call them the algorithms of control, you understand? These guys, they'll try whatever it takes to undermine this this cause, whatever we are pushing for. And they're both using the same playbook. You know, if you look through how Ruto came into power, it's something like, if you really understand it deeper, you'll see the same thing he used is now what he's using into us, you understand, to counter us. And if you're careful, I know we are here to educate each other. There's a speaker who talked about this international body, the IMF, having some sort of indictment, these big corporations, you understand. And these guys, they have some stuff, if I can echo, is I call them the algorithm of control. The first thing they're going to do, and these are things that are already playing out, and I want to educate you on this. Number one, they do what you call, they undermine the media, the people's faith in media, you understand? So that people can doubt the very nature of the truth that the media is exposing. Right now, if you're careful, you're seeing everything going around Citizen TV, Occupy Citizen TV, which is state-sponsored hashtag, which is they're pushing, using the government bloggers. Why? Because they have seen, like, of all the medias, I'm not saying all medias are good. I'm not saying actually medias that are kuna shida na sisi, but wakiona they are not playing with their tune, they start talking, they undermine them, so that people start doubting, like, Citizen is the best. That's one thing, they control you. Another thing they're going to do is they're going to polarize like a faction in the society, like they create division. These people, they thrive in division. So how do they do it? They start bringing things like now we have politicians against Gen Z, you understand? Now we have like these rich people versus poor people, middle class versus poor, at middle class. Kwa hizi maandamano mtakuwa zinasikia tu like, oh, Gen Z skize wazazi zenu. They bring further analogy of something like there's division, like Gen Z are on their own, you understand? And when they bring this, when people stop seeing the other side as humans, you know, what happens? The human rights is they ride on that. That's what I was gonna feel like, oh, we need to protect the police, our policemen, they're doing their job, you know. So they justify the right to shoot and to kill, things like that. So mtaona like, oh, hata kuna vya kuendelea na hizi maandamano because kama kuna goons wame infiltrate, it's no longer about us, you understand? The way they're coming in. Another thing that they're going to do is to marginalize the someone like, let's say, I'm using an example like Okiya Mtata, Kina Jimmy, expose here, the audience debt, everything. After that, once they've done that, what does the government do? They come up with a poster and put them, these are the real enemies, these are the people who don't want to work, you understand? So they make them look useless. The people, they try to bring like they're the face of the demonstrations, you understand? And then they do what? They undermine them, they make them insignificant, start doubting them. Wataanza kusema, oh, why can't you see them in the maandamanos, why can't you see them in the street, you understand? Then from there utakuwa like, manze. And when people stop listening to the experts, what happens? They become malleable. What's the meaning of malleable? They become easily controlled. They're like, you become sheeple, like you're the sheeps. They'll do whatever it takes. So that's why they always push for have leaders. Come up with the leader, come up with the leader so that we can communicate. Is that the last thing you need? You don't need a leader right now. The moment we come up with the leader, they're going to fight that leader. They're going to make your revolution looks being useless. Why? Because the leader that you're going to choose, for now, we push, we move as a team. I think this is now for the international body. They apply the same thing. They identify a candidate in the presidential, because these are the guys who run. They have once they identify a country like Kenya and they know they have an interest in it, what do? They identify that candidate, and that candidate lazima kuwe ni mtu charismatic, mtu smart. If you look at Ruto is a smart guy, na mtu anasema si smart. That guy is smart and he's so charismatic, but he's easily controlled. If you look at the new CSS, the CSS when you introduce, those are not the guys internally who country. Those are the people who supported him. So he had to obey, dance to that tune. You understand? And the international that helped him with the manipulating the IBC system, the servers, and all that. He has also obeyed, dance to that tune. So if you look at how Ruto came into power, he used this polarization function in that all along he used the dynasty, now we're fighting against the dynasty, bottom up, things like that, you understand? The mtu wetu, the tribalism, those are the politician, that's what they do. So if you're going to dance into this, why am I talking about all this? So that you know, mind tuned, you know what they are going to use. And once you know their game, trust me, you'll remain focused, you'll remain focused. So nikimalizia, how do we push for our agenda, guys? There's unity, there's power in numbers. Numbers. Talk to your people, talk to your friends, talk to everybody. Let's go. 1 million strong was watu haezi. Trust me. Policemen ni watu kidogo. The KDF hatuwezi. 1 million in the street. Mimi nitatokelezea this Sunday, this Tuesday. I'll be there. And I'll take my friends, I will be there. You understand? They'll try. Of course, there will be casualty and all that. Try keep safe, but numbers is everything. We need numbers. We need numbers. Encourage your fellow men. This revolution can stop. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. I want to pass the baton to Wanyama to co-host for a while I get something to eat and get myself cleaned up. Wanyama, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Ruto must go.
Kabisa.
Ukiambiwa how are you? Ruto must go.
Kazi safi, kazi safi. Thanks so much, Ayo. Thanks to you guys, manze. Nimekuwa hapa since the beginning, and it's a pleasure seeing these spaces running over and over and over. To anyone listening in, manze, ni nyinyi mnafanya tunaendelea na kazi hii. Kiswahili ni ngumu, guy. Kazi huu ama kazi hii. This whatever we choose. Remember, mtindo ni ule. Let's keep the conversation going for an hour or two more. Then later we should be joining Polo Kimani's space to see what is happening in the mining industry. Hiyo inaanza saa 2 because whatever we get information, we flow, because this is the only weapon we have. Tulisema spaces ni sacred places. Now we will be at all times trying our best to push what we can. Information ikikuja tunasukuma. And be an active person. As you are in these spaces, be an active participant. So kitu ya kwanza cha kufanya, we chapa retweet about the space. Let's get as many comrades as possible into this conversation. Kitu ya pili, request for the mic. Niko hapa na kila mtu atapata dakika tatu tukisonga hivyo. Unagonga tatu muhimu ukisonga, unagonga tatu muhimu ukisonga, hivyo. Whenever we get someone who can give us an expert opinion as well, tunamleta into the space, because sisi si wajinga pia, lazima tusome hapa kule. You don't need to also be an expert to join the conversation. Just join and say what you feel, what you think. Whatever has been said, let's try not to repeat, because nimegundua tunaweka time mingi into these spaces for repetition. Try as much as possible, because paya wengine chance wanaweza kuwa na kitu mgeni sana ya kusema. Lastly, as we continue the conversation, remember to follow the host, that's Afrocentric. Follow us, the co-host, as well, because we also host spaces in different ways. I mean, not different ways, different times. That was a slip of the tongue. Different times. My name is Wanyama Wafula, and the other co-host is Ayo, the 6th. Amechoka, but at least ameshikilia. So let's keep the conversation going. Sioni number of requests to the mic increasing. Please, bonyeza hiyo mic. It's the microphone on your left. Bonyeza. Let it come. Niko na 54. Push it to 100. Yes, the number is increasing. Unaona hiyo icon on the left of the space hapo chini, bottom left, bonyeze. Ukishabonyeza itakuonesha green tick. Kishakuonesha green tick, we have some etiquette. Tunangoja mtu akidrop hapa naongeza, like that. That's how the queue keeps going. I can only accept 12 speakers at a time. Until then, asanteni sana kwa kuuliza for the mic. See you on top here as you offer your opinion. Mzalendo, had you spoken?
Yes, Wanyama, I have spoken, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sasa drop to the listeners panel, tupatie watu wengine mic spaces. Achesa, had you spoken?
No.
Wanyama, I'm gonna.
Wanyama,
Yes, Achesa.
thank you very much for this another chance.
Ulikuwa umeongea?
I've been to another. Bado sikuwa nimeongea.
Okay. Sawa, dakika 3 up to nitafungua
No,
mic tu.
mine.
Yeah, leo sitaki kutumia time.
Thank
I'll
you.
just tell you to land. So twende kazi.
Thank you. I'll be very strict to 2 to 3 points. One, there's two last speakers wenye walisema kitu muhimu sana. Kuna speaker mwingine alisema we occupy even schools. In fact, huyo jamaa nampatia 100% tick. When we say bring each and everything stand still in the whole country, total shutdown, mpaka huko, wacha watoto wasiende shule, so that the government knows that we are annoyed. That one, nobody should not reject it. Because as much as tunasema tunaenda JKA,
kuna wengine inafaa waende occupy schools. Stage za mabasi hakuna kuboard bus sijui zinafanya operation, no, everything stand still. Wale jamaa matatu walikuwa wameshapatia the gava a warning of 7 days kwa sababu ya mambo ya roads levy ime increase. We are not going to wait that. Tuesday nayo. The other thing, when tulikuwa tuna occupy the parliament, it was very clear. Someone gave us a map, a rough map. The same map I have had one of the speaker, that is Eve, akisema kuhusu ukipita pale Utawala, kuna kapanya route kako pale you can occupy. There is another panya route at Cabanas. That's what we are going to use. Na ile jeshi ya Kitengela, we ensure that everything wamepata. Kama ni maji, we need to supply water for them. Wale watu wako abroad, kindly, it's our prayer, occupy hizo embassies. Let them know that we are getting annoyed. Na this thing haisimami every day. In fact, someone told us that in fact inafaa to hold 1 week, full 1 week. And someone should not inflate this. Wale goons tafadhali, don't msikuje mkaguza kitu ya mtu. Sisi tuko na aim yetu. We are tired na tulisema mambo ya kurecycle. We don't want recycle. We want fresh faces. Baba Shalin is true, is a liar. He was trying just to play around with our mind so that tuone jinsi watakuwa na pressure gani. Hatusimami nayo. The last week we had a space yenye tulikuwa tunasaidia wasee na maji and so on. Kindly, Tuesday asubuhi, Afro na wale wengine na wanyama and so on. Kama mutahitaji maji and so on, tell us na mbio, teke. We should not waste. Hii time tuta waste on Tuesday to hold another space by latest 6 in the morning ama 7 tushachomoka. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Chesa. Asante for keeping time. Right on time, 3 minutes. Hakimu Andrews.
Yes, sir.
Hebu chukua dakika 3.
Oh, thank you very much. I want to begin by saying that goons, because that is the way the politicians operate, they will be unleashed. And therefore, we must, moving forward, when we see them, we should disarm them immediately and greet them, not to kill them or harm them, but we give them some small greetings, because they can never be as many as the Gen Zs. So we can never fear goons. Going forward, expect that the political class, we will unleash them to counter our means, for demonstrating. 2, there's somebody who said that he lives in the, I don't know, UK, and he was trying to show citizens in the UK the money that they give to Kenya, it goes to the billionaires. Maybe it is just a suggestion that I have. Going forward, I think if you can tell those people, because if you are in contact with them, tell them maybe to change their funding model. If at all they have to fund Kenya, if they have to give aid, let them change their funding model and focus on grassroots organizations, because these are the organizations that will directly impact lives of people here in Kenya. Then 3, I want to say that JCs didn't die so that members of ODM can be appointed into cabinet. I saw you, Wanyama, saying that it is obvious that the remaining 11 slots maybe are meant for members of the ODM. They just want to see how we will behave so that they announce them. At worst, these are my sentiments, because we have been saying, oh, this president go, he fails to go. At worst, if he doesn't go, These 11 slots should be given to Gen Zs. Musalia Mudavadi went into cabinet at the age of 28 years. And the Constitution of Kenya 2010 says that a youth is anybody below the age of 35 years. We have so many people qualified, educated, we are experienced, who can actually serve. Because these guys who are going to be appointed in cabinet, some of them were governors. They looted their countries dry, and there's nothing that they can show. They went for 2 terms, 10 years, and they cannot show anything. They want now to go to cabinet and continue milking, the national coffers. That is very wrong. So I want to say, going forward, we must be very objective. Let us not occupy schools. Those are Generation Alpha. We do not have anything bad with them. We wish them good. We want them to acquire education. Let us not occupy schools. Let us give them an opportunity to learn. If we must occupy, let us paralyze roads, occupy roads, make sure that there's no movement. If there's no movement, people will not go to work. They will not collect revenue. They will feel the pain. And let me tell you something, they will act. But thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love the passion. I love how it was going. Keep the same energy yenye Akimu ameweka hapo hivyo. Mariam, I see you here. Mariamu. Dada vipi? Mariamu, Wairimu.
Yes, Wanyama. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. 3 minutes.
Okay, no, I won't even need 3 minutes. First, because I do have a very honest question that I wanted to ask you. I was hoping you come up, and I'm happy you're the one who's here. So my question to you, Wanyama, is: do you think we are communicating to the country and to the president clearly on what our grievances are and what we need to be done?
Thank you. This requires me now to be like, I wanted it to be a relaxed pace in to speakers as they continue. Now, I take sides in most of the things that happen in the country. Now, one of them is I had to come out openly to say that the president does several things. One is for him, let me actually focus on the only one thing, which is his JD, is to be an ambassador for the country. That's his purpose. That's his sole role, being an ambassador for the country. Take it like being an ambassador in diaspora, but this is an ambassador for home with some power and alignment powers. Now, when you're an ambassador, there are several people that actually surround you, from economic advisors, etc., etc. The communication team, and he was right to actually blame his communication team, because they have taken that role as solely to become like, communication is one way. Communication is like only what RUTO tells the Republic or what he wants to communicate. His communication team is supposed to actually take it in as well, like watch what is happening. To some extent, it can be pushed to the part of propaganda. Propaganda on its own, Mariam, cannot work if it is one-sided. That's why it came to some point watu walianza kushukia the word propaganda. Propaganda is not really bad. It just depends on how it is being used. In this instance, I think the president is one, either getting what we are saying clearly, it just doesn't resonate with him, and you can clearly see from chenye amefanya jana, clearly you can't be deaf. Even hata watu wenye walikuwa pro Ruto, mi mnajua I voted for Ruto na nili apologize, nimekuwa attacked severally for that. I did, because at that time what was the option? But saizi watu wameanza kuchange. Si hata saizi, ilianza kitambo. If it gets to this point where hata Ahmed Nasir anakubali that there is probably a problem with Ruto, if he gets it wrong with the cabinet, then we can only go with option one, which I've given is it just doesn't resonate with whatever he does. Option two is maybe his communication team is not putting it directly to them. It's not. So needs option mbili too. At the moment we don't know, but my insistence is it at this point it does not matter what he does. It matters what we do as Kenyans, because clearly from time to time ameshindwa cha kutufanyia sisi, because we can't keep asking over and over and over and over. Kila mwaka tafadhalini, kila mwaka turudi barabara ati occupy MOH ndio interns wakwe posted. Do we have to go to the streets every year for the teachers to get TSC? Na tumesahau walimu sana. I need to host a space on that one as well. So I don't really know. It just matters. The only hope we need right now is we have to do something, because if we let it go, we will never get such a chance again. Na tunakuwa wazee, to be honest. One less than a minute, Mariam. We need to give people the mic. We keep this moving. I see your hand up. I don't want it to be a
Wanyama,
monologue.
I didn't even utilize my 3 minutes, but thank you for your answer. So yeah, the next you've answered that question well, but very quickly I wanted to say this. You know, this is not a struggle between Mwananchi and Ruto. This is a struggle between Mwananchi and the system, because we all know that all presidents are presidents because they've been put there by the system. And that's why you see him struggling with firing some of the CSS, because they're the ones who put him there. That's what the system means. Those are the system. And the reason why I asked this question, are we communicating clearly to number one, Mwananchi, and number two, to the president, is because with time, you'll notice that we lose the goodwill of the Mwananchi because they don't understand the message Ruto must go, for example. If you ask anyone what they mean by Ruto must go, you'll get very many different answers. Some people will tell you Ruto haendi anywhere because there's no president who will ever step down. Another one will tell you we need the parliament to do it, but again, he has bought most of the parliament. And then some people will tell you that when we say Ruto must go, what we are trying to tell you is that we need to kind of have an overhaul of the system, you know, to get rid of the people who are the bad apples. Everyone has a very different interpretation of Ruto must go. So that when it goes down to the Mwananchi, they're not understanding what your message is or what our message is. And that's why you're seeing we are losing their goodwill very fast. And the moment you lose the goodwill of the Mwananchi, then the struggle is dead. So what I wanted to say, Wanyama, is it's very important for us to, number one, know exactly what we want. We must package our message very clearly so that even the Mwananchi who is not on Twitter or X will understand what the struggle is all about. We can't leave we can't leave it to everybody's interpretation. Number two, the president must understand what we want, because, for example, when you told him we don't want the CSs, aliwa fire, and then we were in the streets the next day or 2 days later. And then guys are like, okay, I'm wafukuza, alafu you guys are back to the streets to do what? The same thing with the finance bill. Everyone thought it was just all about the finance bill. And after he shot it down, everyone is like, why are you still agitating? I think we do have a problem with the way we are packaging our message to the president himself and to the Mwananchi. And we are leaving a lot of the interpretation even to the president himself. That's why he had the audacity to bring back some of the people, because you can't give him a message and then have him interpret that message in his own way. So Wanyama, I had someone, I think, mentioning this thing of TOCG, some people are pushing for leaders, Nini. I don't think even it's about the leadership per se. It's about having something solid that you're pushing for and that can be achieved.
Mm-hmm.
Mimi, to me, that is very important, that you must have something that at least you can hand to the president or to the Mwananchi, and then you can hold the president accountable to that particular word. But ukiwacha to everyone's interpretation, I do think Wanyama will have a very big problem going forward, and probably we won't even be able to achieve much at the end of the day. But thank you, that's my submission.
Thanks, Mariam. I agree partly with what you have to say, and I'll definitely hold a different space on that one. We cannot say this is a simple conflict, and I want to answer this less than a minute so that we continue to the next speakers, because I want to keep the row going. The energy. Na msikunywe maji. Mimi ukuwa na hiyo rule. Usikunywe maji. Keep the anger coming. Usikunywe maji. Breathe in, breathe out, come to the spaces and speak. Breathe in, breathe out, come to the spaces to speak. Sasa, there is a confusion, and this is about the silent majority who are still in the dark. Na tusiassume ni about boomers only. It's also our fellow millennials and Gen Zs as well. We can't be assuming everyone understands, especially number one, the satire on the X platform, especially for KOT. Two, when you say Ruto must go, we can't also call for the same Ruto to make changes in the government. He can't make changes when he's still the president. So I can't agree what you're saying. So definitely we need to look at how clear we are putting Ruto must go. And the only way we are going to do it is through the spaces, because this is the one thing that is clearly moving things forward. But the silent majority is not only on X. We have TikTok, we have WhatsApp. If you check one of my other tweets is about we need to move it to WhatsApp. At some point we need to, and that is coming. It's something that needs to be organized, and it needs a lot of community-based kind of approach, bringing people on board, the information, the graphics guys who are coming on board to get the photos. We have to push to our parents. So it depends on what is happening. Not what is happening. It depends at what stage we are in. Ruto must go. As we keep growing, they are growing, but we are also growing. So let's proceed as well as in these discussions, hearing people out. We take notes as well. We take notes. Si ati mnakuja tu kwa hizi spaces na hatusikizi. No, it takes a lot of collaboration in the DMs, in phone calls, etc., etc. We are not leaders. We listen to you, and we just communicate what you give as well. Naona hapa san ongea, alafu Dagimwale, and then Miss Kimathi will follow. Dakika tatu. Guys,
Sawa, asanteni sana.
karibuni to the space. Just keep retweeting the space. Na request for the mic. Hii request ni 62 pekee bana. Nataka ifike 100. Keep the energy coming. Keep the energy coming. Request for that mic. Ni hiyo kidude iko hapo on your bottom left. Dagi, dakika tatu.
Mike, so Wanyama, thank you. Now, first of all, Ruto must go. You cannot lie to my grandfather. You lie to my father. You lie to me. You want to lie to my son or my daughter? Evil. No. For me, I'm happy my parents, they are 70 plus, but they know kwamba Ruto is a killer, Ruto is a liar. So when I see somebody coming here, kujaribu convince ati kwamba we go and dialogue, fanya nini. This guy doesn't listen. He only cares about himself and those that are around him. Right now, he knows just the numbers because anajua ameweka Raila kwa mfuko. So he knows that Raila's goons watafanya nini? They will counter. But we are stronger than them. We will win. We must have a directive. Hii mambo kuja mtu anasema tupeleke twende mara occupy tena shule mara sijui wapi. We have to know where to hit, where it hurts most. You understand? For me, as I said in one of the speeches some time back, I don't care if my daughter, my son is going to stay at home for the next 1 year for the systems to work. Because this recycling. Ruto ameshikwa makende. Let me use that word. And I'm not ameshikwa makende na kina Duale na kina Kindiki. Remember Kindiki was Ruto's lawyer at the ICC. Duale said, kama watu wanakumbuka, the only time he will leave politics is when he sees Ruto is the president na amefinish term zake. That's when he will retire from politics. That means those people knows Ruto very well. And he cannot dismiss them. He cannot. Because once he does that, they are going to expose him. Ndio maana tuchezea mchezo hapa. Jkia, let those flies land. No coming in, no going out. Wacha niggas land, yes. But wakisha land wanaenda wapi? They have to use Mombasa Road. Kule kuna kale katani kako pale paitwaje hapa. Pale Cabanas pale ndani hapo hivyo. Pale Taj Mall. That place must also be occupied. No exit, no entry. These major roads, they have to be occupied. Because wametuzoea. Ruto has done his things. Serious. How are you going to negotiate with Ruto in the first place? Nini mnaongea Ruto? He doesn't care. So hakuna kusema si tufanye tufanye. No. We have objectives and we know where to occupy, and not Tuesday and Thursday. That will lose the momentum. We have to come out each and every day. And memaliza.
Asante sana Dagi. And by the way, I'm just giving 3 minutes because we want to give as many speakers as possible a chance to come and just share their views. On the Jumbotron, I've put in a tweet. To some extent, I feel like we have forgotten also the other people who do not really have a lot of voice on this platform. So our small wigs, when you're still missing, Miss Jkia small wig na big wig inamaanisha nini? But if anyone is missing, post on that thread. We will keep amplifying until those people are found. Just go and comment on that tweet that I've put on the Jumbotron. If you're not able to see it, just go on my timeline as well, and you'll get. It's a thread of everyone still missing. Post them here and DM me, whether big or small, on this app. Miss Mwati. Not Mwati, Miss Kimani. Miss, that name always beats me. Miss Kimanthi. Hey.
Kimanthi, yes, thank you. Thank you, Wanyama. Thank you, everyone. Let me start by saying, I feel like Ruto is taking us for a fool, and he's really going mad, honestly. If he's not mad, he's going mad. Anyway, every day I come here, I always talk about civic education and mobilization. And Wanyama, you've mentioned WhatsApp. When this started, we had started WhatsApp groups for Gen Z, where I was trying to get people to get into many WhatsApp groups as possible, so that if you get lost, you can be able to write. If you get arrested, and if your friend gets lost or arrested, you can be able to like write on the WhatsApp group. Then an idea came up to me, juicy. So I have started mobilizing youth to create groups in their own outskirts, in the outskirts of Nairobi, mostly na zile places zingine zote, so that people can have different groups za WhatsApp, so that people can join, where you share information. Na mi najua kama hapa kwa kwetu, I know like 10 Gen Zs. Of course, kama nilienda maandamano na Ayo and Wanyama, I know that asiporudi and I text him and I'm not reaching him, nitaandika kwa group niulize. So allow me to read. I read really fast. I hope 3 minutes hazitaniishia as I read, because this is what I have come up with over the last 48 hours, and that's what we're trying to do. We are few groups in. We are trying as much as possible to reach Gen Zs wakuwe na as many groups as possible. So nimeandika tunaorganize magroups za mtaa za nje ya CBD. Ni muhimu kwa groups za area yako during hii maandamano for safety mobilization, kuhakikisha kila mtu ako sawa. Plus mtu akipotea itakuwa easy kunotice in time and we report. Pia kupeana saiki ya kutoka juu hautarudi home peke yako kwa sababu ya uoga. Kama uko kwa hizi areas, share link ya group yenyu. Kama hakuna group, tutatengeneza moja. Now, of course, msiogope DCI, because everyone is like, tukiingia kwa hizi groups DCI, these people have been here hata huku. Sisi ndio wengi kualiko. So, I have written the areas kama Kayole, Komarok, Dandora, Umoja, Kariobangi, Buruburu, Embakasi, Donholm, and all places. Every party that this will help us to kuwe na many people as possible, because we need numbers for us to occupy Jkia. Now watu watusikie, we need wherever we are occupying, we need a lot of numbers. So this is a part of mobilization, where ukiwa kwa group yako na unajua kuna watu huko ushagua wako kwa groups, ukipata hiyo information unaambia vijana kaa 10. And Wanyama, I'm going to use an example. Wale watu walivotia Ruto last year, last election, watu walikuwa wameconvince. I had people convince 100 people. I know someone mwenye alisema aliconvince over 100 people wavotie Ruto. Na ungekuwa na contrary opinion, hata ungetandikwa. So what I'm trying to say, that same energy we used that time, we need to use the energy right now. Kuna watu hawana simu, kuna watu hawaingii X, kuna watu hata hawana WhatsApp as we know. Kuna watu wameibiwa masimu. kuna watu wanaogopa kutoka because wanaogopa kurudi peke yao. So guys, we need to get into these groups. Personally, I'm in like 3 WhatsApp groups where we are sending that so that we can get. Right now I have links for Thika Road, I have links for Machakos. Yes, people are creating links wananitumia, then I share links hapa kwa Twitter. I've been sharing links watu wanaingia so that you can be able to know. So without kuongeza more, please get like 10 people. Make sure uko na 10 people and more tukikuja Tuesday. Thank you and God bless.
Asante sana Miss Kimanthi. I'm now known your name. Asante sana. Albert Nsengu. Albert the Menace.
Sorry. It's taken a bit. Wanyama, I wanted to pick on where Mariam had actually left here. Thanks for this for the speaker option, of course. But I wanted to pick at where Mariam had left. Not voice of reason, but rather voice. I want to not really critic, but also question a few things and the pragmatic side of everything. I understand the previous, not the immediate previous speaker, but the other one who was actually agitated and saying they want to cross the road at City Cabanas and all these other places. I echoing Mariam's question, what are the irreducible minimums? Like, what are we demanding? How is the message RUTO must go going to be affected? So do we really mean RUTO must go home? Or how is the message occupy City Cabanas or occupy Parliament or something packaged? I've seen occupy somewhere started as a peaceful way of occupying somewhere, but we now know clearly that people are now using it to actually be violent or actually be violent against these people. You've seen now I've seen also Gaido pushing occupy Boniface Mwangi's place, occupy Kai and Cairo's business or such a thing. So then it becomes something that is so vile, so then it's a revenge tactic. It's occupy the parliamentarians' home, so we are going there to burn their home, or we are going there. So it's like a code word for the violence. But at the same time, we want to have a peaceful country, and we want to say Ruto must go home constitutionally or such a thing. So I think there are double standards. Only a lot of very big. I don't want to call them bigwig, but it's so funny for me looking at everything. Very few people, of course, who own the organizations or the social justice movements are winning in this. People are moving out. Of course, they're inciting the youth. The youth are stepping out, of course, to go and push the agenda. But as we saw clearly in the past week, Ford Foundation is paying. Other people are paying. Donors are paying. You Twitter, like people on Twitter or Diaspora are also contributing. So there are people actually getting funds out of everything, but at the same time, printing T-shirts and doing everything. But at the same time, there are youth actually dying on the street, trying to push a narrative that has no end. Like there's no end to this. The end is we can protest and we can picket, yes, but we can do it peacefully, and we cannot expect that the president will actually step down and leave the presidency. If we want to do it constitutionally, let's elect him. Not elect. Sorry, let's not re-elect him in 2027. It's fair enough. It's following the constitution. It's only 2 or 3 years down the line. But now we are only 2 years off politics, off the ballot, and now we are back to the cycle of politicking in the country. We are back to the cycle of agitation. People are not being productive. We are losing businesses. We are losing lives, which is a very important thing. For no reason, for a president that will still stay in power until 2027, and we will have a chance to actually remove him out of power. So for me, it's a bit ironical, and I really don't get the end game out of this. I really despise the diaspora that has been pushing this agenda for so long. I I despise them for so much, a lot, that I've even not spoke on their platforms, because they're fueling or inciting the youth in the country. I understand that there are issues accountability, but we expect the same president to look at the issues accountability. So we can protest, we can do whatever, but let's have petitions. Let's write something to him, like Mariam said. Let's write something and say, okay, this is the reducible minimums, and we expect you to work on these things in this time. He dropped the cabinet. Of course, there are political players, and remember, appointing CSs is a political space. It's not. It's not. He won't appoint everyone in the country, so it's a political space. He will choose technocrats. Akina Kindiki are all technocrats. They are professors in the field that they are working in, so we cannot really now start thinking we want him out, but at the same time we want him to appoint people that we don't know. And if we propose, then we are asked to propose these people, but we don't propose people that we want, but we wait for him to act. So I don't want to sanitize the president. I understand he has some work to do, of course, to clean the corruption issue and accountability issues, which I also support. I am happy the bill was dropped, which was good. And now let's focus on institutional ways of actually winning the next strides, rather than actually incite the youth to be out on the streets. For me, that's it. You'll be out on the streets peacefully, I'll support it. But being out on the streets to occupy somewhere, to burn businesses down, to now start fighting against each other, I feel like it's getting messy, and I don't like such. Thanks a lot.
Albert.
Yeah.
Me, personally, and I want to answer you as I go to the next person. I'm not full of answers, but this is how I've been seeing people trying to be on the borderline or try to push the side of the leaderless kind of thing to come to their side. One is, I've been reading what people are saying. So especially on the Kindiki matter, the others like Aden Duale, etc. Me, I don't want to go there because it's clear they are not fit for purpose entirely. We are looking at these
Wanyama,
things from the point of. Let me just finish first.
let,
We
let
we
me
are
ask.
looking.
Let me ask as you answer. Yeah.
Mhm.
Have you seen the Somali business? Not really Somali. I don't want to tag them Somali, but rather the Kenyan Somali businesses that have risen up in the east side of Nairobi. You've seen what Isili has become.
Mhm.
Don't you think those are capital owners? A whole block of voters, a whole block of capital owners in the country. The businesses are running. You've seen how many buildings in Kilimani or Kilelesha are all owned by a certain group of people.
But my question is this, and this is
Uh-huh.
where this is where I come in with. I really need very clear communication. What is the relation between Aden Duale and the Somali community? He comes from there, but what is the relation with him being in office? Those are two different
Capital
things.
owners. So,
And that
capital
is
owners. We have
that
to
is the
understand the country is
government.
not run
That
by.
is what we are trying to remove from the government of tokenism. That is what is ailing Kenya. The next thing
Do
is
you know what the
Amaluya.
Rockefeller
We will
Foundation
we will
does
easily
in?
we will
Okay.
easily say as well, using the same narrative, and I'm taking time to answer Albert because this is a question I get in all the different spaces. I can easily say Luyas are also majority in one way or another. They deserve something. Do I support Papa Roma being in speaker position? No. As much as he's been in foreign affairs for years and years and years, you can easily just jump in and say, okay, since he's been in foreign affairs for many years, he demands that he has the numbers, and lawyers also have businesses, etc. He needs to be in that office. Those are very risky lines that we are. It's like one thing is leading to another. If we talk about capital owners and they want to be in one space, we'll have to bring in tribalism as well. So I really don't want us to go there. Lastly, it's this: he who comes should come with clean hands. Kindiki, from the beginning, people have been pro Kindiki. But is there goodwill? That's what we are speaking about. Is there really goodwill? Or is he there to do the master's bidding? That's the confusion that is there with the Kindiki appointment. It's not all these other things of people saying, oh, left, right, and center. There's a lot of people with a very good CV in Kenya, by the way. very, very many. So let's look at these things clearly, logically, and as much as there's emotions involved in them, and we have a voice. And I said, when we come to these spaces, and the reason why I'm looking at clear communication is this: people hustle to come to buy bundles and come to these spaces. So whatever we are pushing, let's push it very clearly and avoid gaslighting in different spaces as well. I been around the diaspora community for some time, and Albert, you of all people should know that, because we've been running around in this diaspora community spaces, even meetings, etc., etc. I was doing even diaspora opportunities at some point. It's one delicate community, but very important in terms of how they try assist some things back home. So we are already past the point of pitching the diaspora against the ones at home. This is Kenya, whether you're in diaspora or whether you're at home. But in the spirit of keeping the conversation going, I really need to go to the next speaker so that we get as many views as possible. And guys, when you come here to the speaker panel, remember, attack the idea, not the person. So let's keep the conversation.
Wanyama, I don't have a right of reply.
Less than a minute then. Less than
Democracy,
a
man.
minute. I'm not even going to
Sawa.
respond to it. Less than a minute. And I'm serious on that one.
Okay, easy, no problem. Thanks. Right of reply. Of course, I know we've run a lot of spaces on diaspora matters. What I'm calling incitement for me is, yes, I know we diaspora support a lot of things that are happening in the country, but I understand that the diaspora in a way becomes a woke, uh, a woke part of the population, of course, because they are out there living in a different political jurisdiction or political climate in different countries. Yeah. So if a diaspora is in Europe, they expect that what's in Europe could actually be happening in their home country. So they wish the home country well, I understand, and they wish that things could be done differently or faster, or maybe as in their home or as in their host countries. But I understand that also there are home realities that sometimes we are blinded to, and the realities are the politics have been built for so long on a certain trajectory, which is so hard to break from, not if not given time. Time should tell that something is been that a leader is actually moving away from the old type of doing things, but we don't expect that now. Yeah, we don't expect that we are out on the rise. We complain and then we say, okay, the president drops the whole cabinet, and then we say, okay, now he's going to appoint fresh new people. What does fresh new people mean in a docket? What does it mean in progression of the agendas that were there in government? You know, there are a lot of things that actually are in leadership, and let me just drop it there, because I think we really put a lot of weight on a number of sentiments that are put here. But if you really sit in some of these leadership roles or classes, then you really understand that it's not as easy as ABCD or biting your apple and going home. The president, you've seen how bad the president is becoming day in, day out, even on matters health. It's not, leadership is not what you think. I just drop it at that. Okay.
Thanks, Albert. I don't necessarily agree with most, but this is a discussion for another time. Hirad.
Thank you very much for having me. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Like a tattoo.
Yeah.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for that. I would like to, add, my political point of view, and also to understand, what is, the agenda. What is the conclusion you want to reach after all these demonstrations? And we know Africa, the most of the political parties are tribe societies pushing one man, because of believing they are he from one tribe, and the others try to take the power from using a tribal political parties. So do you think you can educate your members and this those who want to participate this kind of civil resistance in order for you to change the the corrupted institutions that's been in place for quite a long time, instead of targeting just a one man, do you think you can create a local groups who understand the difference between tribal political parties and the national interest, where you can uh, have everyone on board instead of just some sort of group which looks like sometimes they are aggressive and violent. So why don't you try to educate the members who want to participate this kind of civil resistance, and to have a guidelines what to do or not to do, where you are aiming? Is it possible? And that the current president is going to step down. Is that possible in this situation in Africa at this moment? So do you think you are doing a lot of effort which have no conclusion? I came from Somalia 22 years ago. What we have seen in Somalia, in Ethiopia at the moment, in what's going on in Kenya, Sudan, everywhere, group of political, leaders are trying to, overthrow president. In order to do that, they are violating all the institutions, the peace and stability, the interest of the country, the national interest, the people's
Please
safety and
finish.
security. So what I'm trying to say, do you have a proper plan that you can explain? We are people above the tribal issues, and violence. We are aiming this and this. We want to reach this by that time. We are some sort of people who have programs educating their members. Then everyone can trust and join, because nobody wants to have a corrupted leaders. For example, I've been spending a lot of money to sell things through Jumia. I am one of the people that it cost one day of demonstrations, but at the same time, if will help in the future to rid of the corruption in Kenya, that will be my interest. So can you come up with an ideas, guidelines, where you can be a very peaceful people who wants to make a change that will be the interest of everyone for Africa and Kenya and the leaders who wanted to overthrow this corrupted government as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Hirad, and thank you for your efforts as well. Tunasema shukrani sana to anyone that showed up and gave their best. Asante sana. Those concerns tunaifikiria, but also keep your voices coming in. Julie, you next.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. 3 minutes.
Okay. So my concern particularly is on calling for accountability from our policemen. I think we are leaving this issue on other people, like maybe the IPOA or the Human Rights Resource, Commission to deal with the issue, while we are the one who are suffering, and we are the one who are supposed to take this issue on the front line, because to be honest, I don't think anyone is looking out for the young people. I don't think so many people are as concerned, about those who are being hurt, those who are being abducted, those who are being killed in the demonstrations. I think it's about time we take the matter of our own security in our own hands. My suggestion is that we can march to the police stations. We can demand from those, who are in charge of, or who are giving orders, to tell us why are people being hurt? Why are people being killed in the streets? So I feel like we shouldn't leave this matter to other people. We as a movement, we should We should be on the front line. And I think the first thing is our safety. If you're going to the street and you feel like you're not safe, anything can happen. Then I think this is what is demoralizing a lot of people to, or even creating a lot of fear, because if one is shot and no one is taking responsibility, or no one is accountable, or it's just another person. Even the police themselves, they have the guts to continue with this brutality. So I feel like maybe before we occupy anywhere else, can we have a strong call for accountability from our police force, and also those who are giving the orders, especially those who are giving the orders. Can we maybe occupy the, what is the place in town here where,
I need it land.
so yeah, I feel like we should take this matter into our own hand. Let's not leave it to other people. Our own safety, if it's in our hands, we should be able to call for accountability. We should not move past calling for accountability of for those who have been hurt, those who have been killed. This should be our first and foremost concern, that before we go to the street next week on Tuesday, that our safety is guaranteed. Is it so hard if we are calling for accountability from the president? Why can't we call for the accountability from those who are giving these orders? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. Let's go to Better Kenya.
Hi Wanyama.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Uko poa?
Niko salama. Dakika tatu speak.
Very fast. Julie, I don't know what accountability you're looking for, but that is not going to happen today, tomorrow, or anytime soon. So stop even asking people to ask that. By doing that, we will be wasting more time. We've already wasted enough time waiting for President Ruto to give us whatever it is that we want. Another person had suggested writing a list of the things that we want done. That's another wastage of time, because we all know that nothing we ask for is going to be given to us. We are dealing with a dictator, someone who believes that we should not ask for anything from him, and he has the right to run this country however he feels fit. So no, asking for anything from him will not solve anything. We've seen that, we've been there, we've done that. We need to move on into finding solutions and giving ideas that are going to push him out of parliament. Another thing, doing this using the constitution will never work. Why? Because he is the one creating and making these constitution rules. He is going to change the constitution to what favors him. So that cannot work. That's why he cannot give. Okay, ni kama sasa mna expect Ruto awape the key to opening a door that will lead him out of parliament. He's not going to do that. That is not going to happen. Occupying schools, I don't get the point of occupying schools. What? Because tukienda maandamano, most likely the children won't even be in schools. That's another wastage of time. Let's do things that will make them uncomfortable, things that will fuck him up. Jkia sounds perfect. I don't know why we have to go through, around and run around when we know occupying Jkia and crossing the expressway is going to work good. Is going to, is going to make him feel it. So we should be occupying, the ports. We should make sure nothing gets in Kenya and nothing leaves Kenya. for a certain period of time. So tufunge kama maports, Jkia, borders zote, to make sure hakuna outside, anything from outside is not getting in Kenya, nothing from Kenya is leaving the country. I feel like that should be our aim, our main goal, our main focus. Hizi zingine ni unnecessary, hakuna kitu itatupea hata tuende to camp CBD throughout haita happen. We can occupy State House, tuende na tukae huko na tuamue, we make ourselves comfortable there inside until he leaves. Obviously, he won't be in State House if we are in State House. We just have to make sure he never gets back
Please
to State
finish.
House by staying there until he resigns. That's all. Tuendelee, but tuache waste time. We focus on what works. We occupy JKIA, we close the ports, we occupy State House.
Asante sana Beta. Mzee Mwaura, how are you today?
Wanyama kwema.
Karibu sana to the space. Hata wewe leo tunakupea dakika 3 kwa heshima. Tunaheshimu wazee wetu, lakini time.
Hakuna shida, mimi huheshimu sheria. Okay, thank you very much. Me nataka kusema hivi, I just want to start by saying this. I'm really shocked to hear what some people are saying. You see, particularly those in diaspora. You see, the fact that something is illegal doesn't make it moral. Let me repeat that. The fact that something is illegal doesn't make it moral. And the fact that the constitution says that RUTO must stay until 2027 doesn't mean he has to stay there. And for those people in diaspora, I would like to ask them this question. If this thing, what happened on 20 when Parliament was occupied, if Parliament was occupied, let's say in Berlin, let's say it was occupied in Paris, let's say it was occupied, let's say in Toronto, that government could have resigned. So that is the day that RUTO could have just said, enough is enough, and I'm leaving office. So you see, number two, you cannot have somebody like Dick. Yes, he's a technocrat. I believe that he's I think a professor in law. But this is a minister who oversaw the massacre of the youth, of our children. Yet he has been reappointed again. What does that make? You see? So let's not pretend as if being being in diaspora and living in the comfort of where we are, and things that can only be done by the devil himself are happening in Kenya, and we just clap and just watch them happening. No, I don't support that. Let's be human. Let's be human enough. Let's care about those people who are dying for lack of medication in Kenya, lack of food, people who are lacking education in Kenya, people who cannot take their children to the university because the fee has been hiked, people whose money, billions and billions, are being reported every day by the Auditor General. And as I go, every day billions are missing. Yet nothing is happening. And yet you stay with this person until 2027. Somebody is saying that it's only 3 years down there. Yes, I believe it's only 3 years till 2027. But do you know the kind of damage that RUTO will do before we reach 2027? You see, this is not a person you can negotiate with. It's as if we don't know who RUTO is. We know who he is. We know the history since the YK92. Since the grabbing of Brad Muteshi, the tear gassing of children at Tilangata Road Primary School, we know all this about him. So this is a person who cannot change, a person who is not ready to listen, and a person who is not ready for dialogue. You see, I don't support people doing violence. I'm fully against that. And when you hear that same thing, somebody here saying that the Ford Foundation is funding the demonstration in Kenya, I'm sure that somebody can believe such nonsense from RUTO, that Ford is funding this demonstration. Ford is nowhere. And after all, what RUTO could have done if he knew it was Ford, he has all the intelligence. We have one of the best intelligence in Africa. He could have brought the evidence. He didn't bring the evidence. And the Ford Foundation funded a lot of projects in Kenya, including the judiciary itself. Does he also want to tell us that funding the judiciary by Ford is also wrong? Please, me, I don't support any violence. I'm somebody who is very peaceful, and any hand over the part of the planet. RUTO, the only thing RUTO can do honorably now is to resign from office. But he cannot, I know he cannot do that unless maybe he's forced out. Because he says somebody who is very greedy for power. I thought that he's going to bring at least a new faces in the card, but he has just recycled the very same thing. That is continuing day, right, left, and center. So for me, please, if you're in diaspora, continue living your comfortable life, but let's be human. Let's care about the sufferings of that Kenyans are going through. Where's Jua? Uko umekaa huko, sijui huko Marekani, umekaa huko Uswisi, huko Ujerumani, Uingereza, huko in your comfort, everything is running. Where's Jua ile shida hii tuko naye Kenya? Tafadhali tuheshimiane, tujue ile shida Wakenya wenzetu wanapitia huko nyumbani. Asante, nimekasirika sana, wacha nimazie hapo.
Asante sana, msikunywe maji mkikasirika, please request for the mic. Asante sana mzee Mwaura. As always, we value your wisdom in these spaces. Mkikasirika, don't drink water. Breathe in, breathe out, then come to these spaces and vent. Joshua?
All right. Thank you, Wanyama. Do you hear me?
Loud and clear, 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you. I want to say, Mwaura, thank you so much for venting, and this is what I want to hear. I want to reply to Alpert. I've been seeing him online here every space trying to sanitize the government, and you cannot sell the government at this point. This is not the time to sell the government. The government is rotten to the core, and there's no Kenyan that can accept what the government is doing. I mean, you cannot fire the cabinet after firing all the cabinet, and then out of 11, you bring back 6. What was the point of you firing them? You could have reshuffled them and fire whoever you wanted to fire. All right? So, Albert, let me tell you that, you cannot sanitize the government here. I want to talk to Abuda. I think he's listening here.
Joshua?
Yes, sir.
I still insist on the part of, I'm not trying to protect Albert, but I still insist on the part of attack the idea, not the person, because here's the thinking.
I'm trying to attack his idea.
Yeah, here's the thinking about, and you're not wrong, Joshua. I'm just trying to elevate us all. Let us elevate each other to the point of, if someone like Albert is asking those questions, trust me, my mother is asking. We'll ask us those questions at some point.
Okay.
So let's focus on the idea of the person.
This is the point, and this is my question. Kindiki is a technocrat. We say yes, he's a technocrat. 2023, 72 people died during demonstration under his watch. This year, 51 people have died under his watch during demonstrations, all of them by the government, by the police. 42 people in Kwara massacre. How many people do people want to die so that you can know that this man is unfit for the position? It doesn't matter who is president. It doesn't matter where he come from. I don't care about that. What we care is somebody who can bring policies that can help Kenyan people. I'm from diaspora, like Alpert. And I want to say to tell Maura that not everybody who's from diaspora, who is trying to save the government at this point. But the point is, if we occupy, next week we are going for Maandamano, and some of us will be supporting you here from, sharing the hashtag and everything. The thing is that let us try to inject to Sirusi hope, tuendelee kufanya kazi kawaida, kazi anamaanisha kazi ya maandamano. That's the only language that the government understands. Because all these other things people are saying, ya kuenda kuongea, all those kind of things, government doesn't understand that thing. Ruto is trying to save himself. So the language that he understands in the maandamano, that's the only thing that can bring him down. All right? So I don't have nothing to say about that. Thank you.
Asante pia Joshua, asante sana. By the way, you raise very valid concerns, which is good. But I have to go to the next speakers. I would like to contribute to that, but because of time, let's give people chances. Billy Mijungu. Is this the Billy, our senior in journalism? Billy, if you can hear me. Billy Mijungu. I've never heard his voice. Keeps coming and just... Okay, if Billy is not there, Simba. Simba, can you hear me? Hashim Simba. You've unmute, but I can't hear you. And guys, no need to raise your hand. I've clearly marked how people are coming to the speaker panel. Next, Mr. Daniel Wabwire.
Hata pia mimi nichukue nafasi kwanza niwasalimu.
Before you continue, Daniel,
let me tell sana.
Daniel, just a second. Simba and Billy, please, I'm dropping you, but come back to the speaker panel. Just request again once you've sorted out your mic issues. Wabwire, habari yako kaka?
Poa sana bwana. Unajua hapa ni mahali penye tunaambiana ukweli. hapa tufichaningi kwa space, na hatutaita kijiko kuwa ile naitwaje, we cannot call a spoon a big a spoon a spade a spoon. Mimi kwa watu wote ambao wamepeana mazungumzo yao tumesikia wote, and most of them wanatuhudi hapa kwa space. Most of us tumepitia direct, tumeface direct uchungu wa hii serikali. So mtu hawezi kuja hapa aanze kutuambia ati venye tunafaa tuwazilishe maoni yetu, na hiyo maoni anajua. Huyu jamaa anaona TV kila siku, anajua hata sana ako na daughters wanamwambia sana, sema daughters wako kwa ground wanaongea na vijana. Hii kitu lazima tuongezane ukweli. Maandamano tunafaa tuende kila siku. I wanted first kuuliza Albert swali kwa sababu naona yeye anajaribu ati about sanitization na hiyo ambayo hatutakubali. These people are trying to sanitize the president. If you are in government, you are eating very well. Familia yako haipitie shida. Many families out here wanaumia. Family hata maji ya kunywa peke yake hawana. So giving somebody a time kwa space akuja hapa kuleta kuvuruga mkutano ambao tunajua title tumeandika #Ruto must go. Kama hujasoma hiyo title usiingie kwa space. That is how it is. Kwa hii space imeandikwa Ruto must go, kumaanisha ukiingia umejoin cause. You either you are with us or with them. Hiyo ndio mambo yenye tunafaa tuongelee. Lakini tukileta ati you have different, tunakubali both opinions. Hii hatujaika at debate kuuliza who is supporting the government and who is not supporting the government. Here tuko here on the same cause. And the same cause is that Ruto must go because he has failed as a leader. Na tumesema the only way that Ruto anasikia ni maandamano. Through protest ndio Ruto anaelewa. Na hapo ndio Mkenya anaruhusiwa kupiga kura hapo na pia kuandamana kwa streets. Na tumeona njia yenye Ruto anasikia sana ni street. So tukikuja hapa tunaongelea about how atasikiaje, wapi penye atafinyika zaidi, wapi penye atasikia uzito. So mtu akuja na kuambia hapa we have seen Diaspora wanasaidia maandamano, and ukiangalia hizo kampuni zenye namuliko za Diaspora unapata they are helping the same government. Unapata hizo funds zinaendea the same government. Mimi sijaipata fund yote ati Daniel receive this money go and fund protest. Mimi mwenyewe najitoa kwa sababu najua hii serikali ilipitisha wapi kupata kazi, nikakosa kazi mpaka nikaanzia biashara yangu, na hiyo biashara yenye nimeanzia tena serikali inaua kabisa. Alafu mtu anakuja hapa because you are earning government salary, unakuja hapa unaanza kutusomea ujinga. We will not tolerate that. Kama unajua uko kwa space na umekuja kuja na cause moja, #Ruto must go. Soma hiyo title. Kama usomi hiyo usijoin, hiyo tu ndio yangu. I think na supportiwa na wengi hapa. Peana mwingine hizo dakika nimedonate.
Sasa Daniel. Albert, I think unataka salamu za Gen Z. Pia unataka salamu za I see your request, but unfortunately to bring in more speakers, I can't recycle the speakers as well. Mr. Yuti. Bana, mko na majina. King Yuti, are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
you are
I'm
next.
here, brother.
You are next. For anyone joining us right now, we are still on the topic of Ruto must go, the movement in Kenya right now. And we are just asking you not to be a silent follower. Please remember to retweet the space, follow Afrocentric, follow me as well. My name is Wanyama, and follow Ayo as well. The reason why we are doing that is not for gain train. We are asking you to do that because whenever we put the next space, you'll be here and you'll be joining us. Do not miss even a dime. Mr. Yuti, go ahead.
Okay. Yes. My name is Yuti, natoka Nakuru. Yes, na niko na view. Mimi naona tuna waste time sana hapa. Kuna wase, okay, I want to echo someone mwenye ameongea sahi. There are people who want just to spread kitu ya eniaje tuingize ka forgiveness. My question is, tukiingiza all this softness yenye tunataka tuingize, gava inatuangalia aje? Gava inatufanyia nini? We cannot even talk, we can't, yani sioni hata room ya kukaa mahali tuongee kama wase waliuliwa. I don't think hata saa hii ati tunaweza kaa tunafuata tukue tumeweka gava hii time, hata saa hii tumeweka sana. I think it's time ni aje, we are tired and we need to show how serious we are, kwa sababu at the moment as much as we are showing we are very serious, you see how the government is doing. Tunachezea mind games, na ndio maana hizi mind games zimeja. Okay, you come even to a space like here, unapata kuna someone anakuja kutuambia ni aje, nataka tu mkue msikirie gava huruma, msifanyie hii, au wanatufanyia nini? You guys mnataka tuache hiki kitu turudi wapi? Mnataka tuache maandamano turudi wapi? You want the next week, the next month, you're still dealing with the same people. Sasa kwanza watakuja na vengeance, watakuja na ubaya. Why? Wameweza kusilence the best that Kenya would offer, yenye inaweza offer at this time in this season. So the thing is, sioni time ya kuongea, time ya kukaa chini ati tuanze kufikiria vile tutakuwa compassionate. At the end of the day, these guys are killing us. They are killing our businesses. They are killing our dreams. Yani uko sahi hata una hope. Unasikia whole president anakuaga akisema ati anataka kuexport labor. What the fuck? Hiyo ni government gani? Ati niko na agenda ya kuexport labor. Yani sitaki mwak kwa country yangu, nataka muende mwak na huko. Kwa sababu yeye anataka kucontrol the retail yenye wataachwa. The thing is, hakuna kukaa chini, hakuna kukaa as in, we are not going to negotiate anymore. Wasi hakuna hata chance ya kupea hii room, wasi wanatupoison akili zetu. We are just tired of the system. Personally, I'm so tired. I'm not going back. Mimi hata hiyo hata wasi wenye wanaongea ati historia ya maandamano, ni wasi watu wajaenda. Ni wasi wajafika kwa street, ama ni wasi wa affect na hii stuff directly. They are well off. But the thing is, there are people who are suffering like real. Kuna wasi saizi wanachunwa tu na gava hivi ni aje, uko na kampuni. I'm personally one of them. Unachunwa tu ndo nini? They don't want you to empower yourself. So guys, mimi sijui tuna negotiate turudi wapi. I don't see anywhere we are going back to. I don't see a room of us atie ni aje tuache RUTO afike 2027. How? Wewe msi atatumaliza before 2027. Vijana tutakuwa zero. IDs zitafikishwa hata 10,000. The thing is, hatuna chance, hatuna time. It's either we wake up right now, guys, or ni aje imeisha. Mimi hiyo time yenye imebaki naachia mse next. Thank you guys.
Time yako
Yo,
imeisha. Time yako imeisha. Mongare, let's have some decorum.
can
Wait
you
for
hear
your
me?
chance. Mongare, wait. Have some decorum when you come to the speaker panel. You will get your chance. So let's give other people the chance they need. 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Anthony was next. Anthony?
Asante sana Wanyama. So mi niko na proposal. Currently saa hii movement ni kama imepata a new rebirth, a new lease of life. So zile vitu tuna ask, the things we are asking for, to make sure zina resonate na all other Kenyans, because wacha ni washow kitu kwa all of us. Ile cry venye huyo mse ametoka anasema biashara yake imefinywa, hata zetu zimefinywa. So tuko na chance ya kucollect all these cries za Wakenya tuzieke kwa hii movement. So as much as wase wanasema RUTO must go, constitutionally na Wanyama, I think unaweza bring in lawyers watu show, yes, tukichoose option ya kusema RUTO must go, constitutionally how practical is it? Akituambia, akitupea reasonable timeline, well and good, you can take that route. On the other, my take is, as we go out Tuesday, tuitishe zile vitu wa Kenya wengi wanaitisha. Juu saa hii wametu entrust na goodwill. You know, they are really supporting us. Hata kama across all ages wanatu support. So tuitishe vitu kama huyo msa amesema IDs, we say we want a better cabinet, we want corruption tackled, all these things. I know people will say he knows, but repetition is not wrong. So, and then kitu ngine nataka to take note of Wanyama, because nimerealize nikikusikiza you are well versed. Wewe ni mse uko well informed. Na kila mtu hapa yuko. The only way we shall have a successful revolution is if we also take time to learn from other revolutions. Akina Nelson Mandela, akina Wangari Maathai. So wacha ni zero into na Nelson Mandela na Wangari Maathai. Wangari Maathai alifight Moi. Moi had not this constitution, the old one, which gave him supreme power. So Wangari Maathai alikuwa na organize, hizi rallies come out. But aka notice Yeye pekee wakitoka wanapigwa, wanauliwa, wanaimprisoniwa. So akajiuliza ni aje tunaweza demonstrate na tufikie Moi bila sisi kukufa na kuumia. That is the reason alienda Uhuru Park. Akaenda Uhuru Park, wase wa Moi akamiscalculate, akata kuangalia madhe akiwa Uhuru Park. That was the end of Moi's regime. Kwa nini? Juu international community ilikamin ikauliza Moi to explain here, what are these women asking for? They are asking for the release of their husbands and children who you have imprisoned without trial. And let me now go to my third point. That's where the international community, that's when you get to realize how strong the international community is when it comes to our local politics. Ruto anaweza kuwa tuogopi, but trust you me, kama sahi US inaenda kufanya elections, anaogopa hiyo voice. Unaona? So as we plan the way forward, Wanyama na akina Ayo, how do we make this government look bad in front of the international community? Because let me tell you, even Nelson Mandela, to end apartheid, it was not how people died in Soweto. He ended it because the ali shift focus from South Africa aka bring in international force. Wase wengine pia wakaanza kuresonate na reasoning yake. Cause wacha niwaambie, corruption hakuna mtu anaitaka, home and abroad. If we can be able to make this government naked, we shall win. Without us having to die, we shall win. I just need, na feel tu tuna need to rethink na tukue more strategic. That's the only thing. I feel we have the right message, but tuna deliver in the wrong way. Nimemaliza Wanyama. Wanyama, mnanisikia?
Yeah, tunakusikia.
Yeah.
Oh, and then ya mwisho Wanyama, let's consider how we can all bring our voices together. Kuna msali kwa message hiyo kitu, kama kuna venye tunaweza fikiria venye tunaweza merge, na Ayo aka comment akatoa very good example venye Citizen Nation wali interview president. If there's a way tunaweza leta hizi ideas zote into one boiling point, kama we una hostingi, Kibe ana hostingi, wase wale tunaweza agree, tunaweza kam pamoja, so that we make every idea into a better idea, we enrich each other. Hiyo ndio kitu tunaweza suggest going forward. That's my last comment.
Guys, can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Now we can. Now we can.
Okay.
We actually were not hearing you earlier on.
Before I got I got kicked out of the space. I don't know how, man. But I'm back. Before I get to the co-host again, let's keep this one going. Thank you, Anthony. Next was Dennis Lavezi. 3 minutes. Before I'm able to accept more speakers into the panel. Dennis, can you hear me? Lavezi. Going once, twice. Okay. Redemptor.
Yes, Wanyama.
Tuambie maneno muhimu kwa dakika 3.
Nitajaribu kucompress. For
Wanyama.
self-preservation, so that I
Wanyama.
am not arrested.
Dennis, it's fine. You will speak after Redemptor. You will speak after Redemptor. It's okay. Acha Redemptor
Okay,
endelee.
it's fine. It's fine.
Thank you.
So for self-preservation in this era of abductions, I like to declare mimi ni mtetezi, mwandishi, mzazi na mwananchi. So I will address, today I'll speak as a writer who uses words, and I'll speak as a mtetezi. And as a parent, I'll say, hata tukiongea aje, I have been out there because my children, my nieces and nephews have put their lives on the line to defend their constitution, to demand for accountability, and they have been meted with injustices. Now, very quickly, politics is a game of numbers. and it is a game of perception. I want to apologize for people who've been in this platform, Afrocentric, when I get very agitated and maybe I feel like, looks like I'm attacking you. That is the Mtetezi maybe and the Mama Tiger, the Mzazi that come in play. There's someone who has come here. They have said politics is a game of perception. It's a word. They use words. They use propaganda. Now, writers, lawyers, politicians, philosophers, media personality, and the clergy play with words. People have come to this platform and told us that our president, their president, Ruto must go. Ruto is a good strategist. I have even gone to the dictionary. A strategist is someone who is skilled in planning for military and political. But I think I want to change that word and tell you that this man is a schemer. And a schemer is one who has underhand dealings. The plans are under. So the use of words is what is being played on the citizens. And I'll keep repeating, our young people are smart. There's someone who has come here and said Ford Foundation, we've just discovered Ford Foundation has been funding. I am offended that someone who knows how the world works would go with a narrative to mislead, misinform people. Ford Foundation has been in Kenya for donkey years, and they give money to those organizations. Now, very quickly, people are taking advantage of a movement. And that is like when there were floods, maji ikitoka huko ikibeba ilikuwa inabeba kila kitu. Kila kitu. Good things that are not supposed to be swept away were being swept away. So the play that diaspora, I despise diaspora. That was a very strong statement. I have said it and I want to repeat. Now I can borrow the word despise. I despise old men who kill young men who are just fighting to survive. I want us to amplify suffering and injustice that is in Kenya. Anything else ni maneno, ni kucheza na maneno. So I'll finish, I won't talk for long. There's revenge mission. Politicians are turning on each other. They are trying to take advantage of the Gen Z movement. It started out as a Gen Z movement. Now it is an ideology of people who are convicted that they have the capacity using their brains to save their country. Anybody who is coming here to tell us how good Ruto is in planning must also tell us how good he is in scheming. Anybody here who is coming to tell us how the young people have no plan must remember how these young people have suffered. We've just gone through post-election every time we have skirmishes. Then we've just come from COVID where people died, 20 people died. Someone has mentioned 72 last year when Jkia revolution, that was a Jkia revolution that was budding. Then ikamalizwa na wanasiasa. Now we are in another one. Thank you for your time.
Asante sana.
Sawa,
Asante sana.
sawa.
Asante sana. Dennis Lavezi, dakika tatu strictly. And before you even go, Afro, if you can hear me, fanya ile jambo. I need to bring in more speakers into the panel. Afrocentric. Dennis.
Yes, Wanyama.
Three good.
Yes, Wanyama. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dennis. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. I think it's my first time to get an opportunity, so thank you. Hello, guys. First of all, I would like to say, I would like to talk about the strategy. We have a problem with strategy because when the hashtag there out there is Ruto must go, and every time you go in a space, you go to the X, you find it. But now, different people from different angles, you find people saying occupy everywhere. Another person is saying occupy CBD. At the same time, another person says occupy Uhuru Park. So this, when this the political class see this, I want to say clearly, they are very happy. They are very happy. It looks like we are dividing ourselves, because when we do that, that's why we are seeing police are able to kill us, police are able to abduct us, because we do not have numbers. So that's we have a problem with the strategy. Remember, we are dealing with a person, like the previous speaker has said, is a strategist. And you can see how he knows how to play games. Now, the person we are dealing with is not just evil, it's like a devil. And he hides in church. Religion in Africa, I don't know, I think some people know, but not many people. Religion is one of the main cause of poverty and suffering in Africa. Most people may not believe it, but personally, I believe it's true. And that's why religion and politics, they are inseparable. They are both very evil, and religion is even more evil than politics. RUTO knows that, and he used the same religion to become a president. That's why whenever the political class is threatened, they very quickly run to the religion, to the church. They try to ask the church to calm down the people. And the good things that the citizens are fighting for, eventually it becomes nothing, because most of the people listen. And therefore, we should be able to know the kind of the person we are dealing with. So my point was, first of all, we have a problem with the strategy. For example, we need to have a concrete strategy. If we say occupy State House, it is not something that can happen without numbers. For example, somebody proposed out there, we need to pull people from counties, because, for example, the last time there were demonstrations, I could see in many counties there were more demonstrators, more protesters than in Nairobi. And this one, you can bear me witness. So I don't know how easy it is, but if we can succeed in pulling these protesters together from those counties and from all regions, areas of Nairobi, and then we agree on one thing at a time, occupy Jkia or occupy State House, one thing at a time. There is nobody who can stop close to 1 million crowd. Police and the security will run away, and we will finish it, because we have lost so many lives. And when we continue with this kind of occupy CBD, and even now, you go to Twitter, go to X now, you see people are spreading different strategies. Occupy CBD, occupy whatever, occupy Uhuru Park, occupy Jkia now. Surely, let us have a concrete plan. There is no one who can stop close to 1 million protesters, and we can win it in a record time if we do that. I want you to know, Sri Lanka, I think it took them almost 7 months. But I tell you, if we can pull these people and we spread this strategy, we have like close to 1 million, and we march to State House. It is a done deal. It is a done deal. The other thing is, as somebody is saying, we are wasting a lot of time. We are wasting a lot of time. We need to do it, because we are losing so many young people every time. The other thing, sorry, before I finish, maybe can give me a few seconds, is about police abductions. How many people do we want to lose? These people, they say, I see when I go to X, I see very many people posting posters there, releasing them to the president and the country, saying, we have said you do this and this. Why are you not creating a poster, please, and say, let it giving police ultimatum. We tell the police, warning and ultimatum. Tomorrow, if we go to the streets and you kill one more person or abduct one more person, we have also to act. Why are you not releasing those posters? I've only seen posters saying, Kenya president do this, design, and so on. Very many posters, good one. Why? Someone to design a poster, and we have to act. They cannot, as somebody said, if you see someone being abducted, there is no way it can happen. Those are criminals. They are abducting protesters. It cannot be happening. It cannot. It is high time we give. Yes, please.
Kwa heshima tu malizia.
Okay. Let me stop there. But we need a clear strategy.
Asante sana Dennis. But usikunywe maji tafadhali. Just breathe in, breathe out. Usikunywe maji. Najua tumekasirika. All of us tumekasirika. Yeah. Usikunywe maji. Breathe in, breathe out, kuja. Napenda vile umeweka. Let's just continue like that. Simba. Hashim, sijui ni simu yako iko na shida or what? Every time you join the spaces, you just don't speak. Simba, going once, are you able to hear me? We cannot hear you. I see you've unmute, but I can't hear you. Kuna mtu yote in the speaker panel anasikia Simba?
No, I can't get him.
Okay. Next was Mongare. Mongare, umetujoin finally. Mongare as well can't be heard. I think now we are at Kingori. Kingori Mwangi.
Yes, thank you, Bwana Wanyama. I hope you are
Sawa,
getting
dakika tatu. Dennis,
Yes,
please mute your mic.
I just want to say that it is this debate is very it is timely, and we don't need to continue attacking the driver. We must also look at the vehicle ourselves as a society in Kenya. That we have two components that we have to check on ourselves. One, it is the moral standards that we have set as a society, as Kenyans, as citizens. What we are demanding of our leaders, do we have it ourselves? And that is the system we have to look at. The whole vehicle should be looked at before even the driver comes in. Even a new one, is the vehicle ready for the driver? Or we are just putting the drivers, then we start attacking the driver, forgetting that the vehicle has engine issues, it has wheel issues, the inside, the seats are not there. If they are there, they are broken. So we must go back and look at the moral standards that we have. At the same time, we also need to change the strategy. Now we go for this church. The church, we should go to the church and register all the churches afresh so that they can achieve the standards that we want to be set in this country. So that we can cure the problem of morals, because that is where the morals comes from. That's the role of the church, to propagate the message of morals in our society. Then we go to the legal fraternity. Do we have the requirements, the legal requirements in our constitution? Is our constitution able to cure all this, or we need to overhaul it? We need to now to amend this constitution so that we are not burdened. At the same time, what we are demanding is inserted, clauses are inserted in that document, so that when you are demanding, we are able to quote a particular section and say this one should be done this way from Gen Z, from the citizens, that all of us, we agree that if it is corruption, we are able to fight it this way and this way. We classify the offenses that we need to fight most, because normally there are these normal offenses we have, but we have the capital offenses. What should we do for those offenses? So the legal fraternity should sit down, come up with the citizen-driven bills, take it to the parliament. We also have other parliamentarians who are good. Now they should be, their services should be needed. They should be sought so that we can take those bills which are citizen-driven. We come up with citizen-driven. Those, all the Gen Z lawyers should sit down then, as parliament opens on Tuesday. What happens? Take the bill there. Give one of the, now let us have a pipe that we can use to take that bill inside the parliament. Tabled, debated, as we watch, as we monitor, as we keenly look at what are they discussing. Are they passing the bills, or are they being corrupted in one way or the other? But with all that, it is us now to drive these bills, not even the MPs. We should only hand them over to them. This is a bill on EACC. EACC should be given prosecutorial powers. Those powers are taken by who? One member of parliament, who is who has integrity. We all know them.
Please finish.
Those who don't have. So I wish to submit that, so that let us not continue saying that we should attack the driver. Let us look at the vehicle. The vehicle has issues. Someone is stealing even the wheel. Those who are stealing the wheels, where are they? Let us be arrested. Even the one who is arresting should be checked. Is he arresting the right person? I saw the other day someone saying that they had arrested mistakenly one of the guy, the journalist. Even the one who is arresting should be checked whether he is arresting the right people, or we are only there commenting. We should, as we go for to occupy, let us occupy the right places with a bill. a bill in our hands, take it there, get up an MP, give it to him, tell him this institution should be done this and this and this. Thank you so much, Wanyama, and I thank you.
Asante sana Kingori, and you've highlighted a key thing when we speak about all these items. Simba, I see you've unmute again. Are you able to speak? Okay, iko shida hapo hivyo. JM, before I come finally to the last speaker before Kate. JM?
Unajua can you hear me, Wanyama? Again, thank you for the great work you're doing. You're Afrocentric, and I do appreciate it. In my 3 minutes, I don't want to make my personal submission because it's completely a cry. I have absolutely no idea what is happening right now. Let me go to Anthony Morathi, his submission that I don't think quite a number of us paid attention to. I don't know Anthony Morathi, by the way, just for full disclosure. It has nothing to do with me. He raised something that is fundamental that I would be interested in, that we pay attention to how we bring the international community into the movement. I know we are going around talking about presenting many things and everything, and that's okay. By the way, nobody's wrong in this. It's just the way we're doing. But what is going to have the big impact? Mahali tumefika, and Wanyama, you've done a lot. These guys have done a lot. All of you have done a lot. Sasa tumefika mahali where we are being boxed into two things, and I'm going to redefine them. And when my time is up, please tell me, and I will stop. We are being told that we have an end game, that if this is achieved, then we stop. Freak Jesus, that's not even what's happening here. So we don't have a situation where that this is an end game that the movement is looking for. The movement is looking for an extremely good governance and better Kenya. I don't even know how much time we can confess that, communicate that, tell people about that. So the fact that you wake up one day and give us a cabinet and you tell us that you have achieved what these people have been agitating for, you have freaking no idea. You don't hear, and if you hear, you don't understand. What we are talking about is a complete change of where we are as a country, change of governance, and what we are heading to. So that I don't go into my agitation, because I've always been very, animated in my submissions. Let me say this. I want to ask you, Wanyama, whether we're gonna have to meet outside of the space, and of course with the, Ayo, of course, good friend, and all this. Let's talk about how do we bring a focus of the dangers we are facing in the Kenyan system to the international community, so that when it comes to a time of us going to maybe not occupy State House, because I'm yet getting to that, maybe go occupy Huru Park, and we get into billions of people. Oh, can you hear me? Oh, shoot. Did I lose everybody? Can you hear me,
No.
Wanyama?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just saying, please finish up before we go to the next speaker.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Sorry. I guess my time is. I just want to make another point, but shoot.
You can
I'll
make the
probably,
point in a
if I get
minute. Do not lose your trail of thought. Make it in a minute. I still believe you can communicate.
Okay.
This is a space
So
for the
let me
people.
try that.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that one of the things that I completely, and I actually left my own presentation and I wanted to endorse what Anthony Moretti was talking about, is that we can bring an international community, and we know how to do that. I mean, Wanyama, you're not new to this. We say occupy, whether it's Huru Park. We bring people into this. We speak what exactly are the issues. And obviously, the issues are corruption. Nilisikiza Ruto's speech, the entire thing, prior to introduction of, I almost freaked out. Like, prior to introducing the 11 members, guys, this was the most annoying thing I've ever listened to. He spoke to what he thinks is the problem and not we have told him is the problem. If any of you think I'm lying, go back and listen to it. Go back, listen to it. We are intellectuals. We go back and listen to it. I've been through this system from 2022 or 2002 of the Kibakis and all that. So, friends, go listen to Ruto's speech. Do you know what he did? He replicated one thing that I have to tell you. When Kibaki was cornered, he said, I'm going to do my half of the cabinet, and then I go back to negotiate with the other party. You guys did catch that. So I have to tell you that this is what exactly happened. Replica. And then he actually, say that I'm now doing a broad-based negotiation with other political parties. So he said that this thing is all political. And then who the freaking world, I don't want to use the bad word here because, I'm a preacher for many times. Who the world is
Okay, James,
referring to? Right.
maliza.
Okay.
Kindly.
Back to you, Wanyama. But I'm gonna tell you that let's have a simplistic way of getting the international community involved in this. And then let's tell Ruto that, yes, your speech was a speech that was based on what is in your head and not what is in the public domain. Thank you. I apologize for taking longer than I should have taken or was allocated, but God bless. And I will yield and probably.
Thank you. Asante sana,
I'll
asante
go
sana.
back.
God bless you too. God bless you too. Keith, hii mic ni moto na kupitishia bana. Ongea kitu ya maana Keith. Keith, if you can hear me.
Yeah, thank you so much. I can get you. How are you, Wanyama?
Doing well.
Okay, thank you so much. So chapter 6 of Article 75 of the Kenyan Constitution says that once someone is dismissed from holding a public office in the government, they're not supposed to be to hold any space in the state. So our lawyers, I kindly ask you guys to take these matters to your hands, because this CS Kindiki, he was in office when people were being killed by the police. The police were killing the innocent protesters without any cause. And then Duale, he was also in the office, and he deployed the KDF to innocent protesters. And now we can see they're being recycled. So let me start by saying our lawyers, the Law Society of Kenya, kindly take these matters to the court, and we need to see some changes. Then when we say occupy everywhere, we're just wasting time, because we're going to get scattered and the police are going to get even more powerful. So we need to counter them by, having a precise destination. Sorry?
Continue, Keith.
By having a precise destination for success, just like what we did in the parliament. You see, everyone occupied parliament, and that's why we were successful. Everyone came in large numbers. See how that some people were occupying the, Uhuru Park. Some people, everyone occupied parliament. So we need a precise destination so that these guys will not get powerful by scattering us. Ruto was among the guys that were opposing the amendment of the constitution. So we cannot expect this guy to respect the constitution, and that's why he's appointing these other guys without respecting the constitution. This constitution is against that, and we've seen this guy disrespecting the constitution for a very long time, and he's done it regardless. So we need to, be woke. because Ruto, any slight chance this guy gets is going to interfere with the constitution of Kenya, and that's what is that's what is protecting us as Kenyans. So any slight chance this guy gets, aenda kuharibu the constitution. So tusimpatie any chance to revoke this thing. Then Ruto has now started to plan for 2027, and that's why we can see we are getting troubles to access our IDs. People, we applied for IDs in 8 months ago. We've not received our IDs up to now. So this guy, and then now we are seeing Ameleta Davis Chirchir in the office. Davis Chirchir is an IT expert. We can remember in 2017, 2022, alisaidia kuiba, the election, and 2017 pia. So Ruto knows what he's doing. That's why he is insisting in bringing back these guys. How can you bring Duale back? The guy that deployed KDF, Kindiki, Akina Wahome. It's not making sense. So this guy knows what he's doing, and he's just telling us, "Fuck you guys." Fuck you, because there's nothing we can do. He believes there's nothing that we can do. But we as Kenyans, we know there is something we can do. We are the sovereigns under Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution. So we have the power and the mandate. Then another thing, cover-ups are still there. They're still being done in hospitals. Police are still being protected by the government. People are being killed. The police by the police. Then they claim it's an accident. And if I just said niliona kwa X that mtu alimtumia the text that someone texted the doctor to interfere with Kenya with the to atoe the cause of death ya mtu. This guy was shot with a bullet, but someone texted the doctor aseme it's an accident. So these guys are being protected, and that's why you can see they believe to be so powerful. They keep killing us because they know they're going to be protected by the government. They are not going to be held accountable. That's why we saw Baraza saying that this Muragiri, this guy that the killer cop, that akipelekwa kwa jela is going to pay for him to get to be freed. So these guys are being protected, and that's why wako na kiburi. So guys, we need to occupy one specific place and tell these guys that we're not joking with them. Personally, I'm so annoyed. I was just drinking some water, but my anger imezidi tena. So guys, we need to occupy one specific place. Kama ni JKIA, tuende JKIA. Then kama ni Huduma Center, because we need our IDs. 2027 is going, in case we survive this revolution, because in the previous election, the youths, we didn't vote. We didn't have our IDs. Now they're still holding our IDs. We need our IDs. Kama after JKIA, we need to occupy Huduma Center. We need to get our IDs back. Thank you so much. I'm really annoyed. Wanyama, can you get me?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm trying to get back to the co-host so that I can accept more speakers into the panel. Asante sana Keith, and you elaborated well on that. Nataka kusema hivi, as much as we are having technical issues at the moment, we want to be in a position where, one, we are not really afraid of contrary opinion, that is to the movement, and the movement is Ruto must go at the moment. And second, I really need your help, and the help is, let us be active in the ways that matter a lot. You attending spaces matters, and I'm so thankful to everyone that makes time and also buys their internet, creates reminders, etc., etc. They've turned on notifications. Thank you for that. But we need to step a little bit further, and that is the way we are going to keep this thing alive. One is the hashtag that we want to make history with it. We have already made history, but we need to make further history. That's Ruto must go hashtag. We are working with the algorithm. Let me explain why this thing is important. There's a way X algorithm works. If you tweet anything with just the hashtag, it's counted as spam. So that's why we encourage you to put something before you put Ruto must go. Second is, we are actively asking you to retweet the spaces, get it in front of many people as possible, because These only in such a manner, irrespective of the number of followers, the algorithm is going to pick it up and broadcast it to many people as well who join the spaces. The other thing is we are asking you to the people that you follow and you do not agree with them. Many people have given different types of opinions on that, micro influencers and influencers. Some of us are still on the path of growth. We will get there sometime, but yeah, we are thankful of the people that follow us. So asking you to, one, if it's not giving you peace, please block, because mental health imekuwa shida sana hii mwezi. If it's something that you can handle, please respond and tell them what your truth is. And if they have a very huge following, use that type of access to broadcast what your message is. Your message is RUTO must go. Put it in the comments if you're able to handle it. Kama muwezi kabisa, you can also decide to deplatform them as other people have been proposing as well. And follow. You always have the choice to unfollow. The reason why we stand against gain trains is it destroys the quality of the account. If you do follow back, blah, 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 those things destroy the quality of the account. Not because these accounts are like the final jewel that we want to protect. No, it's because if we want to communicate effectively and to the high quality people that we have around us, then we have to maintain the quality of the accounts. These spaces are attended by different professionals, and thankfully, what tunaona huku lawyers, our learned friends, Dr. Ikurukot was here earlier in the morning. Lawyer friends attend here. They come give us their legal opinion. My request to them, even LSK, the LSK board members have been here, the KSL president or chair has been here, etc., etc. Lawyers have always been consistent with us in these spaces. We've hosted spaces with Daktaris, especially when we were doing Occupy MOH. Maskela, the KPMDU person, was here as well, speaking different things that are affecting doctors as well. As much as we do not agree at times with that body, we have to agree that the only way is they are not the enemy. We have to move forward together. So we bring them on board as well. And we try and combine the spaces as well. That is Afrocentric spaces. I come and co-host in them. He comes to mine and also co-host. We also have KOT. We have different that is Sonko 254. He hosts spaces daily. if not daily, I don't know. He has been on it. We have also been hosting spaces. The reason why we combine is because we want to bring you, it's not about us getting new heights of numbers, etc., etc. We bring you a consolidated quality of spaces. That's why we combine, because this thing is selfless. It's not about who gains, who does not gain. We bring you the best of all of us. It's not easy to manage these spaces, but we want to keep the conversation going. And as I wait for Afrocentric, these guys have been awake the whole night, Afrocentric and Ayo, so maybe he might be asleep. I want to keep the conversation going, and I think I'll just do with the speakers that I have right now. I'm trying to call Afro and see if I can get into the co-host panel. So msichoke for retweeting the space, etc., etc. I want to keep the conversation going. Now, the reason why I am so insistent on these spaces is I want to speak about the silent majority and the speakers who are here on the panel. I want a guided conversation as we wait. The silent majority ni wale our parents, wale our friends who don't really have access to Twitter or TikTok or YouTube or so any other type of social media. They are the majority, whether we like it or not. Twitter is still not the number one access platform in Kenya, let alone Africa. So this silent majority, for the speakers who are here, how do you think, or not think, give me options on how we are going to reach out to them? And I'll start with King Ori.
Yes, thank you, Wanyama. We can have our issues that we are discussing here need to be placed on various media. The mainstream media also need to capture them. the radio and everywhere. We need to have a channel from the X space, Facebook, and other social media platforms to mainstream media. We also need the posters. I have seen so many posters. I'm forwarding them, and I think most of those who are not in Twitter can get them in the Facebook, WhatsApp. So people are good in forwarding. Kenyans are very good in disseminating information. At the same time, we can have now we are saying we are leaderless, but in one way or the other, there must be somebody who is keying in the needs of the youth, the demands, the grievances, and being posted to various platforms. The leaders, the parliament should also be given copies of those demands, so that as they drive the agenda of the parliament, they are aware that they have been given a copy. Even that meeting from the Uhuru Park, they need to be invited. They are given copies, and then they go to the National Assembly, to the Parliament, because you may not be allowed to get there if you are not a member of Parliament. So we also need to use them for the time they are there, as we wait for the most difficult situation that maybe they can happen, the solution of Parliament, and as we also discuss that RUTO must go, which might be very difficult in my opinion. We also need, that's why I need to come up with the new ways of making sure that as I said, the citizen-driven bills are very important. Even in Uganda, there is citizen arrest. When someone is engaged in scandals, in corruption activities, crimes, the huge economic crimes, they are arrested by the citizens, and then they are presented to the police, and the human rights activists and all the interested parties are able to progress with the case. So we need to bring power back to people by coming up with initiatives that the leaders do not have, because those ones are held hostage by the executive. So we don't need to although we have very independent minds, few of them who are very independent. Like when we pick like someone like a Saboti member of parliament, that is Caleb Amisi, is one person I have seen very independent. We have some member of parliament like Otiendo Omolo can be given the bills and they go with them. So we need to continue the conversation. At the same time, look for the link. A link in the parliament. We need a link in judiciary. We need links so that we can channel. Water cannot get to the bucket if there's no pipe. So thank you.
Very key, very key. We will, I think yours resonates with the part of this is a marathon, not a sprint. Keith, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think what we can do in our communities, there are a lot of groups. So we can organize community meetings and workshops. So we can simply just tell our parents to come in meetings, groups. We discuss about the arising matters that are happening in Kenya, so that they get informed, because most of our parents, they don't have the social media, the WhatsApp. They're not informed that much. So we need to organize these communities, our chiefs, the local people. They can organize groups where they can discuss. They can tell them that this is what is happening. Then they can give them the key stats of what is happening. Then we can also also organize town hall meetings, like discussions where they voice their concerns and learn. Some of them are not learning. I'm sorry to say this, but some of them are not that learning. That's why they keep on rejecting what is being brought to them. That's why we see they keep saying we need to get patient. We need to give these guys time to do whatever they're doing. So we need to organize key meetings and teach them on whatever is happening. Then we also need to conduct workshops on their civic rights and the importance of getting involved in the matters concerning the country. So we need to teach them on their rights. Most of them, they are not sure of their rights. they need to, get informed and told that this is what has been happening, this is what you need to be doing. You need to get your IDs, you need to let your children register for IDs to address the safety and concerning issues. We can also get debates. We can organize discussions and debates where groups foster cultural and the inquire analysis. So we need to analyze whatever has been going on as we foster on the growth of our communities, because most of our communities there is no growth. So we need to tell them that this is someone who gave the job and is not done this as expected. So what are we supposed to be doing? At the end of the day, they're going to learn that honestly, whatever you guys have been telling us, we are seeing them now. We are seeing that this guy has not been doing what his objective is. So I think that's all I wanted to add.
Keith, you seem quite articulated with these things, and I'm liking it. And just as people were speaking, I've decided to create a WhatsApp channel. I think enough of the talk. I think let's walk the talk. I've created that channel. It's called Kenya County News, the WhatsApp channel, and I've put it on the Jumbotron. You can also check my profile, guys. Go and follow that channel. Just click on that link. It's a WhatsApp channel. As I keep engaging other people who've been managing WhatsApp groups, etc., that will be like the official way. Let's take this information to the counties. Let's take this to our mothers. Let's know what is happening in the different counties, and I'll try my best to bring in different types of volunteers, etc., to that channel as well. The thing with channels is you can get information, and I think we are going to put this to as many volunteers as possible as well to get into it and bring us very valid information, posters that you'll send to our parents, friends, etc. Personally, I don't believe in the thing of having a WhatsApp group where thousands and thousands of messages are going through it. So something is lost. Not everyone has not even everyone, majority do not have the patience and time to pass through every message. So if you're here, as we said, this is digital activism, and we have to take it to the heights that are needed, because tumekuwa tukisema tunapelekaje wazazi wetu this message, tunapelekaje our friends who are not on X, they don't even know how to use the interface of X or Twitter. Let us take it to WhatsApp. And please, just click on that link. I've called it Kenya County News because we need to take it to the counties. Let's go there. Whether it's national talk or not, it needs to get to the level of the counties. Let us go. Bana, technology ni sisi millennial, young millennials, etc., and Gen Zs. Sisi tu ndio we can beat them at this. So please, click on that Kenya County News. Do not worry about the logo, etc., etc. Just click on that link and follow it. It's a WhatsApp channel. We will keep managing it. I'll get more volunteers. I promise that. Even graphic designers, etc. Thank you for the DMs. For different people already, man, you guys are amazing. People are just already DMing, just asking how they can help, how they can move this forward, especially on the WhatsApp. Continue. Zileteni, mimi uzisoma, na kina Afro, kina yo, we will pass through this as well and bring you the best. My journalist friends, if you're here, you are the people who also hold a very key part of this. Very, very key part of this. Tafadhalini, get in contact. Now Itaji, please get in contact and supply this. Your people, the people that listen to you, you are doing a good job, but the traditional media is not going to handle this for the long run like we are going to do. So journalists, tafadhalini, for volunteer, please, kujeni, naomba tafadhali kujeni, just DM me, we will work something out. But in the meantime, please retweet that Kenya County News channel, WhatsApp channel, na muimbe about it. Ask other influencers as well to join it, the ones for the cause. Let's build the numbers and followership. Dennis Lawezi.
Wanyama, as I finish,
Okay.
thank you so much for the space. I'm afraid I have to leave, but yeah, I'll still rejoin. Kuna mbali naenda, but thank you so much.
Asante sana Keith, na muendelee hiyo WhatsApp group, tafadhali join. Dennis seems to be. Dennis, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Wanyama.
Aya, tuendelee mbele na discussion as we wait for the host to give us what is it called? The rights, the co-host rights. Endelea. Mbele. We are talking about how do we get to the silent majority.
I would say, okay, thank you very much. My point on the silent majority, especially our parents, is first of all, I would echo the previous speaker. Then I would add on the primary way of getting to them, enlightening them, is by, you see, these are our parents. Most of Gen Zs, these are our parents. We live with them. So the first step is to talk to them. I would give you an example. After the financial bill was dropped, very many parents were telling Gen Zs, now, please, can you calm down? Give him time. We see he has dropped the bill, because they are not aware. They are not aware of what people are asking. They see financial bill drop. They think it is only about financial bill. So you need to tell them there is so many things to talk about in this country. There is a lot of rot, corruption, everything. And this now, most of them, you need to talk to your parents day by day, telling them why we are on the streets. And by so doing this, for me, there's a primary method we can apply on that matter. Can I continue on other issues, or we are first discussing that one?
Continue for a minute or two.
Okay, thank you very much. And I request you guys to follow me. I don't have followers. I have like about 155 followers, so I really appreciate. I follow back immediately. So I say, so I would like to, the previous point I had put forward about having, like, if we decide to occupy, let it be one place. Because somebody has just talked about the Occupy Parliament. It worked. When that time, if you could go to the X space, you would see it was only Occupy Parliament and Occupy Parliament only. And it worked. And I can assure you, after Occupy Parliament, we haven't achieved much. That was the greatest achievement we achieved, is in numbers. After that, now things began to be, fear came in after military and other things. That's why we need to be united again. We have a common front, and we are going to achieve. Number two, I would also like to contribute a bit about how our country is, like, it is held hostage by the political class. You can see people said reject finance bill, but what did we witness after it was rejected? You see these people, all of them, starting from the head, the rot, the fish rots from the head, starting from the head. He started saying, now conditions. It has been dropped with conditions, but that is not what exactly the citizens wanted. This rudeness, citizens wanted things to run normally, but drop the finance bill. Why? Because the country has money. The money is siphoned by corrupt leaders. The money, we all know where the money goes. The money is allocated to unnecessary offices and so on. Operating with the previous budget and dropping the finance bill, why are you giving citizens conditions? Can you see the kind of people you are dealing with? You people, that is not what people wanted. You start giving people conditions when people are telling you to check on our expenditure. It is possible to operate within our means, but it doesn't mean you start giving citizens strict conditions, as if you are running the country as if it is a small office. You are a small office, like somebody said here in the space the other day, like a kibanda. You can close when you want. You tell the citizens the way you want, even if that is not what they are asking for. It is very unfortunate. For example, I will tell you another case. Personally, people are saying when chief is dropped, we go back to NHIF. But people are forgetting, in the same NHIF, for example, there is a lot of corruption there. A lot. For example, one day I went to Kenyatta a very long time ago. We young people, thank God we are educated and we understand these things. When I went to Kenyatta Hospital, I was paying NHIF, and I asked, I happened to ask one medic if I can be treated. And the response she gave me was very provocative. She told me, no, NHIF is for civil servants. Imagine, she could have even used other language. I got provoked and I asked her, are you serious? KNHF is for civil servants. Are they the ones who pay tax? That is the question I asked her. Because I was very angry with that response. Are they the ones who pay tax? So NHIF, apart from all the, like, it is schemed to make sure the common citizens do not access healthcare, even if you pay that insurance fund. How? First of all, they have some funny conditions that you must choose a hospital. I'm paying health insurance fund. Again, this is a government scheme, which we should even access healthcare without even paying for that insurance. And then you have to choose hospital. You are in Kajiado. It is a way. It is a way of denying you access to healthcare, which is provided in the constitution. And you need also to amplify this and get this across to the lawyers, because that I find it very it is mockery to tell people if you have to choose a hospital, and then you cannot choose that Kenyatta National Hospital. But then when I went to be treated there, the doctor, that is what the doctor had to say. The doctor told me KNH is for civil servants. I want to ask you for sure, is it civil servants who pay tax in this country? Is it civil servants? Are you serious? Is it only civil servants? I asked her that question. I was very angry. If Kenyatta National Hospital is excluded for choosing as a hospital, and even we should not have that discussion of choosing hospitals. I mean, we should access healthcare free. Now you are even paying insurance fund. Then they are putting conditions to make sure citizens does not get healthcare, which is written in the constitution. It is a right for the Kenyan citizens. Like, I do not understand the kind of country we are living in. This is something people are forgetting when they are saying we go back to NHIF. But even the NHIF itself, there are a lot of reforms that need to be done. Believe me, you. So that is one of the experience that I had with NHIF, and we need. So for me, I even actually stopped paying NHIF. So the other one is I would like to echo those people who are saying we should not wait for 2027. I want to tell you guys, anyone who come to this space to tell you we wait for 2027 for elections, to tell you you take your ID. Yes, we should of course apply for voters card and ID cards, but let us finish this mission. The person who tells you 2027, he does not understand RUTO. I want to tell you the truth. This is a little devil himself. First of all, the damage in 3 years that this person will do to the country, it will be almost impossible to recover. I want to tell you that this RUTO, in 2.5 years or 2 years that they have been in office, as someone said, you cannot even spot a toilet. You cannot spot a toilet. And every day, this guy wakes up. It is a government of Tukona plan. Tukona plan today, Tukona plan tomorrow. The 5th year, the same guy will be telling you Tukona plan. You cannot even spot a toilet even after 5 years. You borrow 1.2 trillion within, I saw the last how many days. You steal all of it. Then you go to the people, you tell them, by next year, you'll be having ICT hub in every ward. My friend, and year ends. You go to the public again, you tell them, you go at the borrow like 2 trillion, you come and tell them by next year. So what are we talking about, guys? Next year, 5 years will end, and the narrative at the 4th year will be by next year, we will be having an IT hub in every ward. Trust me. So you can imagine so far, almost halfway, the kind of damage these guys have done to the country. You cannot spot even a toilet. All promises every year. So after this year, you tell you the same things. And the people, our parents and other people, as you are saying, we need really to enlighten them. They are still telling you, you give them some time. That is the damage I'm talking about. The second thing, that is one thing he will do. The second thing, and I want you guys to listen, this guy, he will make sure there is no way you can remove him from office. Those are 2 things which are going to happen. There is no way you can wait for 2027 unless you want us to lose the country forever. We will never have this country back again. That's what I have to tell you. We will never, and it can never happen if this is the only chance. And believe me, he never saw Gen Z coming. He never saw this movement coming. Otherwise, he is a strategist. If he ever saw this one coming, he would have blocked it. He is a strategist. He is a very wicked crook. I think some of you who were able to take history, they know about Hitler. This guy is a very wicked crook, is a very wicked dictator. If he was able to see Gen Z coming, this movement coming, he would have been able to block it. In the same way, my friend, this guy, everyone telling you 2027, this is a distractor who has been sent by the same regime to distract you, to distract us. You believe that is the truth, I know. Because it is a strategy to buy time. Just like the way, you see the way you know how to buy time. This guy came and said he has dismissed CS. Very many people here are thinking that way, that it was buying time. Because some people, a large number of people cooled down. A large number of people cooled down, and that one you can observe. But now I'm very happy. The rage is coming back originally, like the way we did before the finance bill was dropped, because people have seen it is a game. Like they think like the country belongs to the political class, whereas we know the country belongs to the 56 or 54 or 56 million people. We cannot be having a country which at the about 100,000 people owns the country, the 52 or 53 point something million are sufferers. There is nothing like that. We cannot in 21st century. It is a joke. Okay, somebody comes here. I want to tell you something. Somebody comes here and tells you, please stop this protest. You will burn the country. I want to ask you, everyone who is here, which country is there? Which country is there? These guys have burnt the country, all of it, by looting and corruption. And they are asking you not to ban. Which country? Which country are they asking you not to ban? Okay, I'm not saying we'll be violent, but which country are they is left? Which country? They are telling you, please stop this protest. We continue with exploitation. Who is against that? That is the truth. They are saying, please stop this protest. That is the message. Please stop this protest. We continue with exploitation. That is the message. It is not we will ban our country. As somebody said, we are being compared with Sudan. Since when demanding accountability? Since when demanding accountability was compared to Sudan? Since when demanding accountability was compared to Sudan? What are these jokes? What are these jokes we are seeing circulating? And some people are buying. Don't buy. Don't subscribe to such jokes. Demanding accountability. How can you compare demanding accountability to Sudan? Is that not a joke? That is a pure joke. So I want to say this is a chance. The guy is troubling, as Miguna says, and he knows. He's applying all the strategy to kill the movement. When this movement dies, there will be no other chance, whether for Gen Zs, whether millennials, whether all the Kenyan citizens, it will not come. This guy will make sure. The way Gen Zs came without him seeing them, being told that the protests are being imported, Photoshop from somewhere. The Gen Zs came without him seeing. If this one dies, the guy is a strategist, and he will ensure there will be no other threat to him of that magnitude. There will be no other threat of that magnitude to the political class, which you can see already. These guys are starting camping together because they know. For example, all these things we talk about of scandals. Raila Odinga, to say the least.
Just a second, Dennis, before you continue.
Yes,
It's okay. You're having a very good submission, and I don't want you to drop yet. Guys, I've put that tweet on the jumbotron, and thank you to everyone. I'm getting amazing DMs as well. We said let's be active, people. There's 1,000 and something, 1,000, almost 1,300 listeners here. There's a tweet on the jumbotron here about the WhatsApp channel that we've created. I've created a channel because it accommodates more people, up to above of 5,000. We are going to even pay WhatsApp at some point to get premium features of WhatsApp channel. Please retweet that tweet that I put on the jumbotron. If you can't see it, please go to my profile and scroll down. It's the second tweet after my pinned tweet. A pinned tweet is the one that is fixed at the top about a prayer or a poem. That's the one I've pinned on my profile. The second tweet, please retweet it. It's also pinned here on the jumbotron. Please, I'm asking you, go retweet it. And even if before you even retweet, click on that WhatsApp link and join that channel. We'll be sharing. I want in an hour or two, I want us to also be posting the missing persons in a few in the WhatsApp group. So please just go join it. Also circulate it on your WhatsApp. I see 100. This is amazing. We're already at 100 followers on the WhatsApp channel. Take the link, forward it to our uncles, our mothers, etc., etc. Ask them to join. We are taking it to WhatsApp. We are taking the movement to WhatsApp. Let it be known that we are taking it to greater heights because we believe the silent majority are going to make a difference. The reason why they are not making, we've been sleeping on proper communication na tunaipeleka huko pali wako na WhatsApp. See, it's not the only app. We'll even go to Telegram, etc., etc. But first, I believe in us moving strategically. And first, let's go to where? WhatsApp. So it's Kenya County News because we want information from mashinani. So the 1,000 of you, let me see imefika ngapi before I bring in Dennis again. Niwaambie imefika ngapi. 162. Tuendelee. By the time Dennis is done, let it be at least 500 followers. Tuendelee kutafuta watu wetu in a very simplified manner. I know some things can be lost here on the TL, but on WhatsApp, we will be doing the proper thing. So endelea kufollow. If you cannot see the link, please ask me or DM me. I will send you the link ASAP. I have opened my DMs. It doesn't matter whether you're verified or not. You can send me a message. Let's keep the conversation going. And I'm trying to get Afrocentric to send me the mic. I mean, to give me the co-host powers. If that is not possible, I'm going to communicate what you are going to do. Thank you. Dennis.
Okay, thank you very much.
Tulete redemptor pia ongee.
Thank you, Wanyama. So I want to say the next point I would put forward is about peaceful protests. I want you guys to look it from this angle. Gen Zs at this movement, most of them, like almost everyone, is peaceful. Everyone actually. But now we are dealing with a government which is ready to pay, even to pay goons, which is doing not today, which is paying goons, and it's out there in the public domain. Everyone knows it is true, and pay goons to come and disrupt these peaceful demonstrations. That's number one. Number two, on the same point, we are dealing with people, a regime which does not obey constitution. So we have a very, very, very big challenge ahead of us. Like, surely, how are we going to achieve this through peaceful protest with a regime which does not respect even life, which does not respect our constitution? It is going to be very difficult, but there is a way. There is a way of achieving it, and the only way to achieve it is numbers. I think I join most of these spaces, but it's like all of them. Every time I join spaces, every time I'm free. And like Miguna said, and it is true, it is only, even if they are disobeying the constitution, it is only by numbers that we can bring down this regime, even if they are doing it. And therefore, if we are not going to have numbers, it is totally impossible to fight someone who is not obeying constitution, who is shooting peaceful protesters. How is it going to work? It cannot work. It is numbers. And how can we achieve these numbers? You see, as I said, remember the time of Occupy Parliament. It was only, even when you go to X-Space, it was only Occupy Parliament. And that's why everyone was not distracted. They knew it is Occupy Parliament, and tomorrow is Occupy Parliament. But now what do you see? You see people saying, today, the same day we are occupying somewhere, the people, the same day you hear, this place called Kangemi, are they demonstrating? No. Why are you demonstrating in Kangemi, surely? What are we doing? We are losing. What are you doing in Kangemi? If we are occupying Uhuru Park, please let those guys come from Kangemi. What are they doing in Kangemi? We lose. Very many people will be killed. That is a small group. Another small group is Kayore, is another side. Now, police, they find it so easy. They are just laughing at us, killing us, abducting us. Let us pull numbers. Number two, on the same. You observe that when we are demonstrating, very many counties are very active. Very active. So now we have started to plan how can these people come? How can we pull these people? We finished. They have issues with the county government. Every government is rotten. All the 47 county governments are rotten, plus the national government. And we understand it. But it is collective problem of all the Kenyans. So how can we centralize this process? We deal with one issue at a time. It will take less than 2 days to bring down the national government. If those guys I saw demonstrating all those across the country, they can agree to come to Nairobi. Let us support each other. They come. Those who we are completely will not get someone to support them because we are all brothers and sisters. Let us know how we